told me you're not today.
Hey, Coach. How you doing, buddy? Good show tonight. As always. Hi, Stephanie. Hey, that's great, Coach. I'm looking forward to seeing that. I understand you're really busy, so I've been patient, but excited. Hey, Christine. Hey, Gray. Welcome.
I won't ever cry, 'cause you told my life, broke my heart to you.
That was Last Sunrise from Saigon Pharmacy. Okay, moving on here. This one's called G-Spot. Yeah, we're gonna stop it. That was G-Spot. Jed riff. This is called Jet Setters Blues.
Ain't no denying we got a jet setter's blues, and nothing left but the crying. We're hanging out nothing to lose. Goddamn jet setters blues. Goddamn jet setters don't get no loving except what we can buy. You know the living is easy, man. You know we're getting high. Goddamn jet setters.
Hey, Tom.
Jet setters.
How you doing, man?
Goddamn jet setters.
Hey, Michelle. How you doing? Welcome.
Don't have no worries, you know we're going for broke.
Hanging out with the lake cup. You guys want to come up and chat or what? Want to get a chat going?
Goddamn jet setters blues.
Go ahead, do it again, though. Shit.
Goddamn jet setters.
That was Jet Setters Blues by Saigon Pharmacy, the band I've been playing with it recently, out here in the little town that I reside in. Which where I reside? Reside. Where I reside. Alright, so I got too many windows open, I'm getting lost here now. So there's the link. I don't know if you guys want to get a chat going or what. If you want to come out, there's Tom. Welcome,
Hey,
pal.
how you doing?
Good, man. Everything's under control.
Good.
How are you?
Good.
Yeah, good. See, the house is coming along really fine. That's
Yeah, I was supposed to be in there in September.
yeah. That's how
So,
things are.
yeah, taking a little longer.
What is it, a labor thing?
Well, a lot of different things earlier. A little bit of trouble with help. Yeah, it's just the way it is.
Tough. Nobody wants to work anymore.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Everybody's looking for the easy way out.
Yeah. Now, can you see me on there?
No, black screen.
How come that is?
Can you see yourself on yours?
No, it is a little dark here. But usually you can see something, you know?
Yeah, no, it's coming up. I can't even see its outline.
Oh, okay. I think it's just dark here. Too dark.
Here's
See my
Michelle.
hand?
Yeah. That is.
Okay.
That's what it is. Not enough light.
Yeah, how you guys been doing out there?
Good. Everything's hi, Michelle.
Hi, Mark. How's everyone?
Everything's really good.
Good.
Been breaking in. Got a new band now. Another one that I'm gonna start working with tomorrow. The guy's coming out to my studio with his guitar. We're gonna hash out some numbers and see what we can do. And he's got a studio of his own and a pretty tight outfit from what I understand. So I'm gonna try out with them, see what kind of a match we make, and go from there.
Oh, cool.
That'll be like the third band I'm playing with in this little town that I live in.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's got so far a pretty good music scene.
Is everything still cool with the two other bands?
I don't play with the first one. The second
Yeah.
one I'm still playing with. And I'm still playing with my Toronto band.
Oh, okay.
We play regularly also, and that's like my fourth, I guess, recently. But anyways, I'm tight with them. I've been playing with those fellas since I've been like 14, 15,
Wow.
16 in there. And we've been playing a long time, so we know each other well. We had a couple of years ago, pre-COVID, we had a pretty tight band. We were meeting once every 2 weeks, and we were doing a lot of festivals and shows at that time. And then along COVID and fucked everything up.
Yeah, it sure did.
But things are recovering now, I guess.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Tom, where's your face?
It's just dark. I don't have any lights on in here. See, I can't see. Is your face on there?
I have my avatar.
Oh, okay. No, mine's like, like live only because it's so dark you can't see it.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, I think like if I hit this, let me see if this camera thing. You see that now?
No, your avatar's on now.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah. That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
So you've been doing some stuff with Bimbo?
Yeah, we do her College of Knowledge show.
Yeah.
And dumb sort of stuff in between. Whenever she wants to come on and do a show, and I happen to notice, I usually go on and goof around a little bit.
Oh, okay.
We got a Halloween show coming up on the 27th. We're going to be featuring Alice Cooper, talking about Alice Cooper.
That was the first concert I ever went to.
Alice Cooper, really?
1974.
Ooh, good year, too.
Yep.
Yeah, he was wild back then.
Yeah. You think he really had a drinking problem, or that's just part of like the marketing?
No, he had a big problem for a while. And you can see in his face, and then when he moved on to the cocaine, You know who got him onto cocaine? Bernie
So
Top, Bernie Taupin. He
you're kidding me.
nope. He was hanging out with Bernie. He happened to be hanging out with Bernie and kept wondering what's Bernie doing in the powder room. What's Bernie doing in the powder room? So he followed them in one time, and there was Bernie having a snort, and he said, "Yeah, try it out." And then I don't think it was 5 years. He didn't look back. He got really deep into it. You can see how gaunt his face became. His music was really shitty at that time, and he went nuts with the stuff.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Bernie Taupin seemed like so much more advanced
I know.
than him.
You wouldn't think that Bernie Taupin would fall into the cocaine.
No. But another weird thing is Alice Cooper hung around a lot with Glenn Campbell.
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah.
Yeah, they were big golf buddies.
Uh-huh. Yeah, Alice is still a big golf guy.
It's just, the only thing that, most people that are hardcore cocaine users over a long period of time, you would see more effects from it now.
Yeah.
He seems like pretty sharp.
Well, he jumped back from it. He gave it up. He went and he seeked some help. He got some help for it, and he never looked back. He's older now. Like, the cocaine would kill him if he tried it now. But being such an old fella, it's tough on the heart. Very tough.
Very hard on the heart, right?
So he wouldn't touch it now. He had just that small window of about 4 or 5 years where he fell into it. And then he learned his lesson, like with the alcohol, when he got out of that. It seems maybe he jumped from the pot into the fire, sort of,
Yeah. I mean, I always thought he reminds me of Kid Rock, like minimal talent and luck and perfect timing.
Yeah, I don't know. I got to give Alice Cooper some more credit than that, because he made a scene, he created a whole scene, and he wrote some pretty good tunes along the way. He had some great concepts and some diverse tunes, not like your regular Rolling Stones version of this or that. He was pretty authentic, I guess.
Yeah.
And he had some great melodies. I mean, you got to give the guy credit.
So he actually wrote those.
A lot of them, yeah. Or co-wrote with other writers, with a guitarist. It's a shaky sort of thing how they split it up, because a guy can look at Bernie Taupin and Elton John, how one writes the words and the other writes the music, basically. How they split that up. He goes, 50-50 with them.
Bernie Taupin seems like a super cool guy.
Yeah. I bet he is. Smart too, I bet. But his
You think there's a good YouTube video about when they were going over Tiny Dancer. It was about Bernie Taupin's girlfriend.
Right.
And they played it in front of her.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's on YouTube.
Oh, I got to see that.
Yeah, for the first time. It's really cool.
Yeah, I'm going to check that out. Cool.
Do you think we would have ever heard about Elton John without Bernie Taupin?
Yeah, in one form or another. The guy is just too talented between his voice, his writing talents. I think so. I think it would have still broken through in one way or another. But I think it's a whole different ball game with Bernie Taupin. I mean, it puts Elton in a whole different league as far as the quality of his music.
Yeah, it's definitely high quality.
And
he's been doing that shit I can remember being in high school, and this is 1972. I would have been a sophomore, and I knew a guy that was dating a girl down the street, and all he could talk about was Elton John.
Oh, yeah.
And I remember him showing me the album cover. Yeah, it's kind of cool, because he was nothing then.
Yeah, he broke through in the late 60s, early 70s with a a performance at the Troubadour in San Francisco, I think it is.
Yeah.
Heard of that place? And there was some big wigs in the audience, and he got huge reviews for it, and he didn't look back since.
Because if you look at, how old is he?
Now,
Yeah.
80 something.
He's not that old, is he?
Yeah,
No.
yeah.
Look it up.
I'm gonna look it up.
But Tom, isn't that your age?
Yeah, it's your age. It's your body's age.
Yeah, okay.
I think he's only like 68.
No man,
Yeah.
he's got. How old is Elton John? Here we go.
No, Elton John's like 70, isn't he?
76.
76.
Yeah.
Wow.
There's another cocaine could have killed him with the amount she used to do.
Yeah.
Well, there was Mick Jagger's still rocking it too. He's got to be in the 70s, right?
Yeah, he's about that old.
Yeah.
Isn't his wife like 40 and he's like 70 something?
Yeah. Lucky bastard.
I don't know. I guess it depends on the circumstance.
Yeah.
It can go away.
You don't think...
Well, he has a lot of money though too. You know, it's Mick Jagger. He's famous. And...
That makes up for a lot. I'd like to give it a try.
Yeah, well, I like being older now. I would think that to talk to a girl in her 20s, I would find maybe, unless she's really smart, maybe the conversation would not be. It would be uncomfortable because I have a different intellect level. You know what I'm saying, Jordan?
Yeah.
Now, does that work? Does that also work from 60 to 40, or is that person matured anyways? I guess.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I always say that if in my dream relationship, I'd have Javo as my girlfriend, and a 20-year-old come over and blow me twice a week for an hour.
For an hour.
Yeah, it'd be perfect.
Okay.
But here's the thing, Mark. How many of these old, rich, successful people in any venue are getting involved with old ladies?
Yeah, no, it depends.
It depends. I know, but this is where I'm getting at. I mean, realistically, these billionaires, and you don't see these Jeff Bezos and these people dating 75-year-old fat pigs.
No, you don't. That's for sure.
So they can have good conversation.
Yeah, you're right.
You know, I mean,
Well,
now on the other hand, you can argue it the other way. Like, will the conversations be pretty shallow?
yeah, well, that's what I'm wondering. You know, if it's.
But it seems
But
like
does
if you were that successful and you had that many people around you, that part of your life would be taken care of in other ways.
Right.
Yeah, maybe at that point you'd want some peace and quiet around the house anyway. So maybe no conversation would be the best.
Yeah, you just hand her your gold card and tell her to get lost for a couple of days.
Yeah.
I mean, there's got to be. I mean, it just happens too many times to deny that that's the way it is.
Yeah. What are you saying now? That they all have all the Stones have young wives.
Yeah, they do, and there's a reason for that. And I think it's because they got all sorts of other people that can fulfill that intellectual.
Yeah.
And what's missing, and what the older women that they love to converse with, there's no other way you're getting it other than through young attractive women.
What kills me is they're still having kids at that age.
Yeah, I
you
know. And they've in the last 25 years, there's been a lot of research that in the old days, it was the women's eggs that were old and fragile and produced a lot of Down syndrome babies and that kind of thing when they got older. And they
Right?
found out in the last 25 years that old sperm isn't that great either.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I still want to give it a try.
Well, all the power to you,
Yeah,
pal.
thank you. Thank you.
Oh yeah, can you imagine
Yeah.
Tom having a child?
Oh my God.
What would you name? What would you? Oh jeez.
I'd want to.
Tom
If
would
I did
seriously-
that, I'd live right across the street from an abortion clinic.
Tom would be like,
I get a
"Okay,
vasectomy.
Yeah, you'd be best off.
Yeah, sure would.
Mark's like, we don't need any more Toms running
Yeah.
around.
And I joke about it and stuff. My honest opinion is that I see these older guys with these younger women, and I think there's got to be a screw loose.
I sort of tend to feel the same way. So I don't know,
Yeah.
but I'd still like to give it a try.
Yeah, I mean, these guys with these young mail order brides, it seems disgusting.
It does.
A lot of that too, it comes from like the Bible and stuff, like where men would they literally would pay for their brides from their fathers.
Yeah.
So I mean, that really, I mean, it it doesn't seem normal because a lot of people don't do it, but actually, like that kind of stems from like biblical times. Like the man would pay the girl's father a certain amount of money, and then the father would be like, okay, like you can have her basically.
Well, if you look at, I mean, it's a fair, unfair comparison, but if you look at arranged marriages, I mean, there's no denying that, the success rate, at least by numbers, is like way better.
You mean it works?
Yeah. Yep.
I guess because both parties resolve to it. If both parties resolve to it, then I can see peace in the valley there.
Yeah, me too. But, and then you go back and you look back to that basic biological interest. I notice it a lot with Jewish couples. You see some really attractive Jewish women, especially the Jewish women that are from Israel lately, like the last few generations. And they're holding hands on the beach with this little tiny, like skinny, bald Woody Allen guy. And they've made it, I had an old Jewish lady tell me when I was young that love's a decision you make.
Right.
And if you think about it, even if you had the most beautiful woman in the world, you may get it for like 18 to 40, and then we're all in the same boat. Sorry, Michelle.
I mean, I think basically a lot of it has to do with compatibility. I mean, if two people just aren't compatible with each other, it's not going to end up working out unless if, like you said, unless someone has unless okay, so everybody has a set of needs, right? Everybody's different on what needs they have to like fulfill. And so like if you find like one person's needs and wants match up with someone else's, it's about compatibility.
It's easy in the
Whatever.
first year.
Well, yeah, of course. Of course. I mean, right, but like if you're open, honest, that the both parties are active, have a support system, like friends, family, like I don't think it's a big deal. I think what happens is, some couples just grow apart or.
They get tired of banging.
Haha. Well, I mean, it might.
It heads south after that big time.
Right. Well, I mean, like when we were talking about like rich people and like you're right, Tom, like they have probably a lot of stuff going on where like maybe the younger females like, oh, I want a baby, and then they're like, okay, and they don't care because money isn't a big thing, and they have nannies and
Yeah, that's
all
exactly
sorts of
right. It's
stuff.
different having a baby when you're rich.
Right. Like you have your chefs, your maids, your nannies, you're basically still living your life and you have a a crew of people there like helping you out so that it's not like a day-to-day struggle with a child.
Yeah, it's not the same.
Yeah, no.
Right.
I mean, look at Elton John, like we were talking about, and his wife or husband or whatever you call it. Um, I forget the fellow's name. Mike Farrell, is it? I forget the fellow's name. Their two sons are very well taken care of by you can tell crews of
Yeah.
nannies and tutors and
Yeah, and they're sending the girls to French finishing school and all sorts of shit. Yeah, you're right. I'd still
Yeah,
like
it's
to
a total.
I'd like to trade it all in though for a big, giant, huge motorhome and about 25, 18-year-olds and tour the country with them.
yeah, and film it. Good idea.
So you want to like party like a rock
Oh,
star,
that'd
go
be
on a
great.
tour
I'd
bus
do
and
Girls Gone
go to.
Wild, Rodney Dangerfield style.
Yeah, get dress up with the plaid pants with
Yeah.
the belt matching the
Yeah.
shoes.
We'll get Tom and RV and
Mark and I are
just
dreaming again.
Hey, there we go. Mark and Tom's most excellent vacation.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah,
Tom touring the U.S.
that'd be so cool. But yeah, you look back and like Saddam Hussein, guys like that, Gaddafi. If you ever read any of their, biographies, yeah, they just always had a slew of like super beautiful women around.
I bet they did.
Yeah, or like the Roman days.
They collected them.
Yeah,
I
basically
that
collected
actually
them.
that actually came up the other day on my Google search about how men think about the Roman Empire like more than women or whatever, and I was like, I don't know if that's true or not.
That would have
What
been
do you say?
great.
I didn't understand that. The Roman Empire,
Oh, men think about it like all the
Yeah,
time
like all these
differently.
women
Like,
feeding you grapes and stuff.
yeah.
I think it'd be great.
You have a harem, you mean?
Yeah.
Fanning you.
Oh yeah, all that shit. Cooking, cleaning the bathtub, washing the dog. I just fucking off watching TV and fucking around YouTube. Be my dream.
Tom, I mean, like you could have that. You just need money or something. You have to offer something. You could probably.
No, that's all that's left when you're older like this.
The way I see it, you're living half your dream right now.
Yeah,
I mean,
pretty much. Yeah, it's true.
you're fucking around on YouTube.
Yeah. No,
You're doing it every day the way you wish.
yeah, I just don't think, even if it was like that, I don't think I could stand somebody around that much.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
I'd like to have like a 20-year-old woman to have sex with, and after about an hour, tell her to get lost and have the 65-year-old come in. We could have some conversation only.
Strictly, yeah. And a game of chess, maybe something like that.
Yeah. And during the hiring procedure, they'd be a lengthy interview process where they're not getting pissed over any of this shit. So you knew what you were in for before you hired them.
Yeah, you test them well.
Does this make sense to you, Michelle?
You know what it kind of reminds me of when I watched. Have you ever watched the Playboy Mansion with like Hugh Hefner when they did the series on TV?
Yeah, I
And
think he was gay.
basically, he had obviously, these beautiful women, and then he had a crew staff of like older women too that were there. And I think that's kind of probably what the dynamic was for him.
Yeah, sounds like he's on the ball there.
But
So
he
you just
did,
seem like such an old lech.
Who are we talking
Hugh,
about again?
Hugh Hefner.
Oh, Hugh Hefner. Yeah, he did seem a little creepy,
Yeah.
eh?
I think he was gay.
Could be.
I think he swallowed a handful of Viagra and pretended like he wanted this, and that kind of drove the whole engine of that thing. And he was a
Nah.
smart enough guy. He had good enough etiquette. He could kind of come across as, he was kind of on the fence between an old pervert and a good guy, and their daughters could have done worse. And there was all
Yeah.
sorts of money around, so I don't think you could do that shit now.
No, well,
Not that
Maybe.
open.
it was different. It was transition of times,
Yeah,
especially with what they showed in magazines
yeah.
and they were risque, but people loved it.
Yeah, it was like the girl next door rather than, purple hair and a damn railroad tie stuck in her nose.
Oh yeah, the women back then were a lot different.
Yeah, I thought so
Back-
too.
You look at old issues of Playboy and such like that.
Playboy actually did an experiment and tried to make the magazine fly without nude pictures.
really?
Yeah, a lot of people did buy Playboy. They did have good journalists, good articles,
Oh, they did.
but it wasn't going to work without the nudie pictures. I kind of miss the old days of just topless and stuff.
Yeah, I mean it doesn't have to be like the real perverted shit.
Yeah, I like, even as a young guy, I didn't like looking at Hustler. Oh, nasty
Yeah.
ass shit.
They really broke boundaries. Hustler,
I mean,
though they
Yeah. And I didn't like going to all nude bars. I mean, I thought it was great just looking at like a topless woman, having a beer, sitting back, listening to good music. I didn't want to
Yeah,
see somebody totally nude while I ate a ham sandwich.
yeah. I always wondered about people doing
Yeah, it
that.
just seemed weird.
I can picture Tom right now eating a ham
Yeah.
sandwich.
Yeah, do you guys have dessert today? It's like, oh, it's you again. Hello. Here's $20. Get the fuck out of here. I want to finish this ham sandwich.
Yeah,
Taco Tuesday.
and you see they put the front to the perverted aisle at seats, and they're eating down a meatball
Yeah,
sandwich.
it grossed me out, man.
Well, it's trying to dance away.
But yeah,
And,
I mean, you've had
I'm
to
never
had
gonna
times
be
in
able
your
to
life
eat.
where, I'm sure it's happened to Michelle too, where it's like the opposite sex body isn't all that attractive in certain moments. As a guy, if you've got a raging hard on, that's a direct connection to your brain. But when you don't, it's like, I'd rather just like eat in a diner and go to the strip club later.
well, I think that I like that it's a connection from your brain thing.
Yeah, I mean, big time. But I just don't want to mix up eating lunch with going to strip clubs. I want to do it
Yeah.
in two different places.
Yeah,
I mean, call
understand
me
that.
weird. But what's funny is you go to these states, I know in Michigan now, and they've got actually culinary art, like good guys making like lamb chops and shit. Before when I was going, it was a bag of chips and a fucking hot dog. And now it's like they're trying to reinvent the wheel, and it's actually good food.
Yeah, I can see that happening in the higher class joints.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
You usually get joints at by the airport.
Yeah. No, they got them around Detroit. But like, I just had a guy I know up there that I see sometimes when I go back to Michigan. He wants to take me to top. I went to one like for the first time in forever, a couple years ago, and it was like super boring. He says they have the best lamb chops there, but it's topless, so I think I could handle that. But I don't want to be eating fucking lamb chops. No,
You know, All of a sudden, there's a little
Yes,
little ladder.
yeah, and I've been in topless bars before, drinking and fucking around with buddies and shit, and you just get an angle sometimes where it just doesn't look that good, even topless. Like
Yeah,
I've been in strip clubs before and like kind of got grossed out. It's like, what the fuck am I doing here? Fucking beer's like 18 goddamn dollars, man. I just saw like about a 6-inch square of cellulite, but it's all lighting and shit.
Right.
yeah,
And the thing is
it's humans.
nobody's body is perfect at all
No,
times.
no, that's exactly right.
Even really nice, like, it's not. That's just
I like the little imperfections, though. I think they're neat.
No, you loved all my old girlfriends.
Oh yeah,
Nah, see, I never wanted to see some of that shit. Even like with wives and girlfriends, if I knew there was an imperfection, man, I think it wrecked my sex life. Yeah, I mean, I'd dwell on this damn bullshit. And two, I was thinking about this today for some reason. When you're young, of course, young bodies, right? When you're young and you're like 18, there's nothing that's going to be out of place, whether it's shaving or bad breath or any of that shit. And it seems like all the way through, like you're dating until you get involved seriously with people, it's like a fucking 10 out of 10. You're not fucking this up. The girls' nails are painted, their hair is great, their clothes are ironed. And then when that starts dwindling away, it's like, oh, God, this isn't that great.
I know.
Meanwhile,
Getting old sucks.
It does. It really does.
Meanwhile, you have Tom over here, and I'm sure you have some imperfections.
No, I got a lot of them. But I'll tell you one thing, though. My opinion is that it doesn't seem to bother women like it does men. I could be wrong.
Well, I think men are more visual than women are. I think women.
Well, that's sore. But I'll tell you one thing. I'll tell you this right now. To these women lie their fucking ass off about dick length.
The women lie about dick
fuck
length.
Yeah, they do. You ask girls like, hey, I was just kind of wondering, is your guys in the past? Oh, I don't really remember. A guy had a fucking 13-inch fucking kielbasa, and she's acting like she don't remember. But she'll talk about a big hamburger and a long car and a giant airplane. She can realize the size and all that fucking shit. But when it comes to the remembering old lovers, it's like, oh, it wasn't that, They just kind of like go into this automatic, natural, God-given lie mode where you can't get it out of them.
Wow.
Now, what'd you feel as a guy? Maybe that's just self-protection. Well, she said, yeah, Mark. Yeah, if you've been bugging me about this for a long time, my last boyfriend had a 10-inch cock. We measured it. It's like, I'm sorry I asked.
Yeah, I mean, that's, do I really want to know?
No, exactly. So, all that shit is a Pandora's box. You got to be careful.
Yeah.
But my buddies and I, when we were young, we'd talk. We always say, hey, you ever asking your girlfriend, their old boyfriend, something like that? It's like, yeah, fuck, I can't get it out of her. You know why? Because she likes the guy and she's smart.
Yeah.
What's your take on that, Michelle?
I don't know. I mean, I don't really like to talk about. I don't know.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, come on. We don't like to talk about it. We're not asking you for individual measurements. We're talking about in general.
Yeah, just your opinion, sort of.
I mean, if you had a prior lover and you were in a committed relationship and he had a huge dick, would you want to divulge that to the guy that had a little one but you loved him more?
Or how about when you girls talk?
It's funny. I try to pin them down on that, and most don't seem to compare notes.
Really?
That's not. What do you think, Michelle?
Hi, Missy. Welcome.
Hey, Missy.
Oh, we lost Michelle.
Oh, we did?
We cornered her and she slipped between our fingers.
Yeah. She started getting an anxiety attack of getting pinned down on the length of some of her old boyfriends. So she hit the...
Yeah. She did the typical with a woman would have done.
Absolutely right.
Yeah. I tailed
This was easy for her because normally she just had to look away or stub her toe or some shit. This, she just reached up and touched that button.
Yeah, the leave button.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fun. It's interesting, the difference, you know?
Well, I don't. That's a question I don't think I would come up very often. That's the first time I'm ever hearing of it. But
In which way? Are you talking about a guy asking a girl?
no, I'm talking about cock sizes, and then between the women talking about it behind the men's backs, and about women hiding the fact that they about their prior cock sizes that they've had in their life.
I don't think, I mean, I could be wrong. I mean, you only know the few people you discussed it with. But anything I've ever read and stuff, I don't think it's as prevalent as women wanting to know like guys wanted to know. And when women are with women, it's just, you know, I've asked a million girlfriends, like, hey, you guys ever discuss? And it's like, not at all, zero. And they're like super tight friends.
Right.
But, you know, you had a lot of guy friends too, and it wasn't like you were asking them what kind of head Janie gave. You know, so it kind of works both ways.
Yeah, you're right. But different groups of people talk about different things. I mean, I'm sure there's in some groups of women they compare and they talk about it all the time.
Yeah,
because
no, you're
they're
probably right. Yeah, but I think in general, I just don't think it. I don't think it. I could be wrong, but I'd be surprised. But it just doesn't. It's just like, you know, there's the old adage with men that it doesn't matter what you look like, it's what you whisper in their ear.
Yeah,
And there's an element of truth to that. You know, on how you get to A to B. I mean, there's different ways for guys to come across as being attractive to women. Where with guys, there are different ways as well, but they're much more limited. You know, you got this. You could have the nicest, wittiest, kindest woman in the world, and if she was huge, you probably wouldn't want a romantic relationship with her. It's just the way it is.
Yeah, that's kind of sad to think about. But I mean, you have to, when you want a person, you fall in love for different reasons, and true love overlooks shit like that, doesn't it?
I think that's more in fairy tales.
Yeah.
Or I've never experienced true love, and nor have any of my friends.
So what do you do, darling? You have to lose 300 pounds for me?
No, I just wouldn't mess with it to begin with.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, you don't need to apologize or be embarrassed about being attractive to attractive women. All you got to do is look on TV or famous singers or any other fucking thing. It matters.
Yeah. Huge.
Yeah.
Nowadays, it's even worse. The image, the brand. Everybody wants a brand. Everybody's a diva, and everybody wants to be stars.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And you look at too, the standards kind of changed. Like, I can't for the life of me can figure out how guys are attracted to these Kardashian women. Michelle said she texted me. She's coming right back. She's got to charge her phone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, you look at these Kardashians, I don't find them one bit attractive.
No, I don't either. They're definitely not my
they're
type.
Fucking billionaires.
Yeah. They're just too... they would be so fucking annoying.
Oh, it would drive you nuts.
Yeah, I would not touch it. I instinctively know not to touch certain types of women.
Yeah.
That just, it's going to clash with me. And there you go. That's going to clash with me for sure.
And I couldn't even tell you anybody that's like a rock star or anything now that I think's that attractive. I don't think Taylor Swift's really attractive. Katy Perry, none of them.
Yeah.
If you're getting in those moods and you're feeling that way, do this. Just go on YouTube and look at the girls that do that springboard diving.
Oh
or
yeah,
the college female track runners. Now we're talking.
yeah. Well, that's young and in shape.
Oh, big time, man. But you know,
Hard.
you can't just be young. You have to be young and have good genes.
Hi, Stephanie.
Hey
Hey,
Mark,
Steph.
hey Tom.
Hey, Steph.
I had to get up into this conversation. Oh, Tom, I can tell you in my 65 years I have never measured a man's dick. Okay?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and you
Never.
might not have measured it, but you knew a big one from a small one.
Yeah, but yeah, and the question you had for Michelle, I wanted to answer.
Oh, thank you.
Me and my girlfriends, we never talked about how big a guy was.
See, Mark?
Okay.
I can honestly say I don't ever remember conversations of guys we were dating talking about how big their dicks were.
Right.
Why do you
all
think
right.
that is?
I don't know. I really don't know.
People like to keep certain things to themselves, private, and I
Yeah,
guess
but it's girlfriends. I mean,
yeah, but that never came up. I mean, it just wasn't, I don't know, maybe it was my generation or something, but I mean, if I went out with somebody, I didn't say, "Oh, he had a big dick." I mean, that just
Yeah.
didn't come up.
you thought about it though to yourself, though, didn't you?
Tom, I can honestly say, and this is the truth, not really.
So
No.
size didn't matter.
No, it did not matter. I did date one guy that was very huge.
Well, you
But
remembered him though, didn't you?
Well, I think because he's the only man I dated with one like that. I mean, why would you not remember that? You know what I mean?
Hey, you're talking my language now.
But I never compared men. I mean, I never sat with my girlfriends and said, "Oh, so and so has a bigger one than this guy," or da da da.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
That never came up. I don't know. Maybe the young girls of today talk about it, but I don't know.
But back then when you were dating that guy with the big one, I mean, would you just be walking around smiling all the time and no one knew why, or it didn't matter, or what?
On your face all the time.
Not really, Tom, because I liked him, but I really didn't. So,
Gotcha.
no,
Okay.
no.
Now, did you ever cross paths with guys with really small ones?
I don't.
She doesn't remember, Mark.
I know. Fascinating. That tells the whole story there.
Stop.
But you don't remember Tiny Tim.
Mark, this is how a private detective has to get the truth out of people.
Yeah. Good job.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh yeah, I don't know what the obsession about. See, men, they got a big thing about that. How big is their dick? I mean, men obsess over it, and I don't know why. Tell me, Tom, why do men obsess over that?
Well, I think it's genetics.
We were told we were born with a curse.
Yeah. All you got to do is watch. Yeah, I just, there's jokes are made about it. Porno movies have it in it. Nobody's ever joking about, you know what I mean? It's just, it seems like I say the same thing happens with, like, right now we're coming into rut, white-tailed deer season.
Right.
Even with animals, not crazy people. The doe's not running around looking for a little tiny dick. She's looking for that big motherfucker dragging the dirt and that big giant rack of antlers. It's just the way it is. I don't know why.
Yeah, it's survival of the fittest and the strongest. I mean, that's how species keep fit and strong as species.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but also when you were talking about, when you're 18, of course, everything is perfect on you.
Yeah.
And then the older you get, it all goes to shit.
Yeah.
But same with men too, Tom,
I know. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
But Stephanie, do you think a different kind of love is possible when the attractiveness heads south?
Oh,
I think you can,
well,
when you're young, you're fucking like rabbits. I'm
right,
talking
right.
about, and I think if you can survive till 80, you're holding hands again, but it's not for the same reasons.
Oh, of course it's not, Tom. Especially people who have, my parents were married 60 years together.
Yeah.
And yeah, of course it all changes. But at my age, you still have to feel a little attraction, even at my age, Tom.
No, yeah, I agree. I think you're right.
I mean, that first impression of someone, you have to feel somewhat attracted or
Yeah.
interested, or you're not
Admire.
going to give them a chance.
Yeah. Do you think
So,
there's other ways men can seem attractive to women rather than vice versa? In other words, I'd mentioned earlier, there's the old adage that with men, it's not what you look like, it's what you whisper in their ears. Do you think
right.
there's any truth to that?
I'm sorry, Tom, I'm confused.
Do you think if a guy wasn't that good looking, but you thought he was smart and witty and kind, he could stand a better chance of winning his way to your heart than a guy would be willing to do that with an unattractive woman?
Oh, yes, because, well, at my age, yes, someone kind and with manners, and yeah, that I find that very attractive. Now, when I was younger, oh no, if he wasn't cute, I wouldn't give him the time of day.
Yeah, gotcha.
See, so that,
Yeah.
but that changes with age. See, you
Yeah.
learn that, not, looks are unimportant when you get to be frickin' 65. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Do you think
So,
people settle?
yes,
Yeah,
definitely.
me too. Me too.
Yeah, oh yeah. Especially
Yeah.
women.
Yeah.
Women settle because women are afraid to be alone when they're old. See, I'm not one of those women.
Yeah.
I like being alone. I like, I like it. It doesn't bother me. But I have girlfriends that, yes, they're with men that they don't even like anymore. But it's the security thing when you get to be our age and being afraid to be by themselves.
I mean,
Convenience. Yeah.
I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting to be with an attractive person. I mean, I think that's just biological.
No, that is. We're talking about being with an unattractive one and why.
I mean, then there's probably something else to that whole relationship dynamic,
Like loneliness.
Exactly.
I think you
People
guys would
don't
be.
want to be alone.
I'm not there yet. I think you guys would be very proud of me. I'm still holding out for good head.
Oh God, Tom.
God.
I don't think
Tom,
it's
you'll
very-
die looking for that.
Thanks for
You'll
your
die
support. You're
looking
probably
for
right.
that, Tom. The best thing to do is just pay for it and then be done with
Thank you.
it.
You're speaking my language. Yeah. If anybody that knows me well, I couldn't think of a better example than myself where paying for it makes sense.
Yeah, you're right. I was thinking the exact same thing a little while
Yeah,
ago.
honest to God, man.
Yeah. Wonderful hour, and then you can move on.
But
And
that's getting harder than it's ever been. Now everything's fucking sexual trafficking and human fucking trafficking. What happened to just a blowjob by a girl that needed some tires?
Yeah, well, I think that's still there.
Yeah, it is, but it's not the odds as it used to be.
Well, see, the problem with that, prostitution to me is, if women want to do that for money, then, let them do it. I think that if they legalized it and controlled it, there wouldn't be so many women on the streets and all that kind of stuff.
I think what the problem is with it is a lot of the women who are doing that have a drug problem, right? Usually.
That's what I'm saying, Michelle.
So
yes,
it's not really like they're playing with a full,
Yeah, that's what they say about porn too. They use Viagra and painkillers and all sorts of shit.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's not real.
Well,
Unfortunately.
It's something.
that's because these women, they can't do that unless they're high.
Right.
That's the sad part of it.
Yeah.
I bet there's hardly any sober people making porn
I
or
bet
on
you're
the
right.
street doing it. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, because I just
Yeah.
don't think there is.
No, I think you're right. See,
That's why.
and I don't, and like with me, I don't like that. Like if you offered me a free round trip ticket and 10 grand cash to go to like Denmark, where it's legal and you can go by and they're in a little cage or
Oh
whatever, it wouldn't interest me at all.
Mm-mm. Yeah, no.
I don't like that, like trashy, like, I
Oh,
don't
yeah.
like porn when they're using this fake moaning and screaming and shit either.
Oh, it's all fake, Tom. You know that. You watched enough.
No, but
Come
I mean,
on.
not all of it is. I mean, if it's like a production, it is. But if it's just like amateurs or something, like on OnlyFans or something,
Uh-huh.
yeah. But people, I don't know why they think they got to do all this fake shit.
Well, because they want the young men to really think that, that makes us have an orgasm. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
I
what
don't think
it
it's
is.
I don't think it's necessary.
No, but that's
But you're right. If they weren't sober, there wouldn't be any out there, or very little.
very little, Tom. Yes. Very little.
Porn's not real.
No, of course it's not. Come on. You know that.
Fortunately.
You watched enough? God.
My home porn's real, Stephanie.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh,
God.
There's no acting whatsoever.
Oh, well. There's no acting with me because that's not going to happen.
That ship sailed.
That ship is gone, Tom. It's gone, honey.
Now, does that change? Would that change your outlook on dating?
Oh, Tom, it has, because men our age, they are the worst. They're like you.
Thank you.
They're
Oh,
terrible.
yeah.
Is that what happens when men get older? Is that like a trend?
What, Michelle?
Is that a trend? Like when men get older, they end up like Tom?
Yeah.
Yeah, Michelle. I mean, you're young, and I'm sure your husband is, but it's like the older the men get, I mean, the more perverted and worse they are. I'm telling you, it's true.
Stephanie,
Amen.
No, I want Stephanie.
And your point is?
So, Stephanie, like, how old are you? If you don't
I'm
mind me
60. I'm 65.
Okay, so so you've dated, or so you would know. Okay.
Oh, yes, and I've been married and all that. I've done, all that. But, just to make a short story, the last guy I dated, I was 55, okay, 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And I thought he was a nice man. He shopped where I worked, and so we went out a couple times, and then I agreed to stay the weekend with him, right?
Yeah.
So I go over there, and then he starts telling me how much money his Viagra cost him, okay?
Yeah.
I mean, this is before anything happened. And
Yeah.
I'm going, oh, okay. I thought, okay, And
Yeah.
then we had some wine, and then he had the nerve to say he bought me all this stuff, and he frickin' bought a bunch of frickin' sex toys.
What a cool guy.
Tom, no, Tom, that did it for me. I told him, I said, you know what? I said, because the assumption that I would like those things. I mean, we've only went out a couple times.
Yeah.
And no, I packed my little bag back up and left. No, that was.
See, Tom, you can't do that.
Huh?
I'm saying to Tom, you can't do that on the first date.
Thank you.
No.
Thanks, Dad.
I couldn't believe it. I thought, what nerve did this guy have?
Yeah.
Buying all this shit and then telling me that he bought Viagra. I mean, it was just turning me off.
Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah.
Yeah. So
What
that
could
was
he
the
have done
last man.
differently?
Huh?
What could he have done differently?
Oh, Tom, come on. You know what he could have done differently.
Yeah.
I do. I just wonder if we agree on it. I mean, this guy just sounds like he was just a weirdo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
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 I mean, yeah.
I mean,
No.
even Mark and I know we would have waited at least to the second date.
Oh,
Before we got the books out.
Is that how
Yeah.
the dating world? Is
Yeah.
that how the dating world is?
Yeah, it is.
Like,
Hey, you know this, Stephanie. You can tell Michelle she better get why the going's good, huh?
well, Michelle's married and in
Yeah,
love.
she is.
There's
But
a
I
big
mean,
difference.
right? But this isn't like going to last forever.
Well,
it's fun.
we don't know that, Tom.
No, but
People.
let's
Yeah,
just go
people
by.
are different. But yeah, it may not, but then it could. And when they get to be 65, the relationship will be different.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
true. You do have a point.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So,
Yeah,
and who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe it won't. Maybe they'll be like rabbits, like Tom says. Who knows?
yeah.
Yeah, you're right. You don't know.
No, you
I mean-
don't.
Hey, but Stephanie, I can't help but think that if your hormones would have been at the level they were when you were 30, that you might have hung around that night.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. In my,
You
in my
have a good
30s, probably. Oh yeah, Tom. Yeah, my
So I
30s.
mean, you can't put it all on him because the fire was put out.
Well, I just didn't like he just assumed, hey, why not call me up and say, hey, can you want me to get anything at Lover's Package for us? Or you want us to,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
want me
yeah.
to, I mean, we're
Yeah.
freaking 55 years old, you can talk
Yeah.
about it. So
Yeah,
I just
right.
didn't like he assumed and took it upon himself to think, oh, I'm gonna like this. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Although that would be pretty creepy
So,
too,
Tom,
if he phoned you up and said, "Oh, I just happened to be at Lover's
Yeah.
warehouse, and I saw some stuff that I can possibly get for us."
Yeah, Mark brings
don't
up a good point. In other words, there was just no way out of this for that poor guy, Stephanie. Shame
Oh,
on
I
you.
know.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
Wrong move.
so Tom, is this how like men think like they'll act differently around women, and then
Oh
like
fuck,
when
yeah.
their wives and stuff are like not like they'll just talk like how you do because you're like the single bachelor guy, right? You
Yeah.
never wanted to have kids.
No,
You just
hell
kind of
no.
wanted to do what you wanted. I've met
Yeah.
a lot of people like you. You know what
But
I
I
mean?
think
Like,
mine was mental illness.
oh, okay.
I don't think I'm normal, that's for sure. But I wouldn't blame it on a lifestyle, and that's how it ended up this way. It was just like, fucking crazy. I don't want to
I
give
mean,
single guys a bad name.
But what would you say as far as like, do you think that that's just how it's going? Like, that's how.
Well, I mean, I talk to guys my age. I mean, we're always making jokes about old pussy.
Yeah, and me and my friends always talk about old dicks too.
And somewhere in the conversation, one of us will say we don't even want it anymore. That's because that'd be like wanting your own private jet. I mean, it's just, this shit just goes south. It happens when you get older and you age. It's just there are ways around it, and if you go to like a church and people are really into that shit, and they got this. I mean, there are people that are really like that. It's this kind of love that I never experienced, and they're holding hands, and and they wouldn't watch porn if you gave them a free lifetime supply. Those are people out there like that,
Right.
Sure. Oh yeah.
And
You chose, you chose your. I've met men who chose the lifestyle of, bachelor, never wanted kids type of,
yeah.
thing. And
But
I think
I've read before too that the best sex you'll ever have in your life is being married to a committed religious woman in a marriage.
Yeah.
I beg to differ.
Why does she have to be religious?
Well, it's all part of that, thing of like, it's legal and you're married and, God wants it this way and all that bullshit.
Well, I think it might also be a sense of security and intimacy too, because people who've been married a long time have a better connection than,
Exactly. Yeah.
so you feel more open and, willing to,
Why is divorce at 50% then?
because well, this is why. I'll tell you why. Because people don't want to try, or stuff happens and then they just get like, they just feel like, oh, I don't need to deal with this, anymore, and they just want their freedom and to be happy. I mean, and you have that choice, like you do. Like, we're in America, you have the choice of, if you're that miserable, you get a divorce and you move on with your life.
Right. I don't think people want to try to make things work nowadays. Everything is so fast all the time. Okay, we had a fight, let's get a divorce. It's over. I don't think people want to work at things anymore. I even my husband and I, before we got divorced, went to a marriage counselor. It didn't work, but we tried it. You know what I mean?
Stephanie,
and it's a lot different.
Yeah.
Huh?
Excuse me. Do you think you could have a non-sexual relationship with a man?
Yes. Oh, I would love that. Where is he, Tom?
Yeah, I can tell you where he's not.
I know that's for sure. How about you, Mark?
That'd be a tough one. I don't know if I could deal with
Michelle,
that.
you think you could handle that?
Michelle's young. No, she wants a full husband.
Which fortifies my argument that the whole damn thing is hormone based.
No.
Oh yeah.
No, you're
Yeah.
right.
Oh,
There's a lot
God.
to that.
Yes.
There is a lot, like, so like think about it like this too, right? When you were a kid, and let's say you overheard your parents having sex or whatever, like, that grossed you out because you were, 10 years, you were young, like, you didn't know it was, like, disgusting to you. You
Right.
didn't have your hormone, like, it was all gross. And then when you became older, and then, like, obviously we all know that our parents had sex at one point. I mean, that's how we're all here. And then I think it, like, dies down. Like, you're right, like, with the hormones and everything. I think once your hormones aren't at that level, it kind of like.
See, I think that's where it gets fuzzy on the love. I think it's the hormones that creates the initial love.
There's probably.
I mean, Mark, can't Mark? Let's just go back in memory lane. Don't you remember when you were fucking 3 or 4 times a day up there in Canada?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. There was some a lot more hotter times years ago, for sure.
Yeah, hormones. But I think that changes what you interpret as a human as love.
Yeah, you can be crazy about a girl because of her ass.
Yeah.
Ask the ass to marry you.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Then later, oh wow,
Yeah.
she's a real bee.
Yeah, exactly right.
But the guys don't choose that way, and
They do.
Save them a lot of money, a lot of headache.
I mean, you think we'd ever heard of Hugh Hefner if he just had a bunch of 65-year-olds running around bikinis?
Ooh.
You think you'd ever see? I mean, really?
You're
And you
right.
can't deny what's going on out there. And when you're a part of the group and a part of the mix, this all makes sense to you. And when you get old and you look back, you got to change your game up. Like Stephanie, a sexless relationship because the hormones are gone, but yet you could still have companionship. But you're not going to be like smooching and shit, watching romantic comedies on the couch anymore.
I think a lot of that, like, even in, like, marriages, like, you got to make time for. It's almost like you have to make the time for romance, like and marriage.
Schedule
Not when
it.
I was young. You made it when you were young, no problem.
Well, yeah, it's different when you're young. You're
Now you
like,
gotta
oh, you're humble.
fucking put it in a daytime planner.
Yeah.
But I mean, like
Right.
the older and the more complicated life gets, and if you have kids, work life,
Yeah,
it becomes like it's not just like you're just wild and free and just doing what you know what I mean. Like there's a
yeah,
lot of responsibilities, and that also
yeah,
puts in, you know.
yeah.
So
Stephanie, another thing about the religious woman thing,
Yeah.
all over in the Bible, the woman's supposed to submit to the man.
Oh God, Tom,
well,
please.
No,
Yeah.
here
Yeah.
wait.
I know, I know you're. I'm just saying, it's in there.
Oh, I know.
I just
Yeah.
want to
Mark,
say I
Tom.
want to say something about that. Um, so basically, if you're married, your bodies are basically like
How you
the
doing, Mark?
it's a both. It's not just the
Hey,
man,
Chris.
the woman submitting to the
How are
man.
you, man?
Michelle's just talking, bud.
Huh?
Go
Michelle
ahead, Michelle.
just talking.
Hang on a second, Chris.
It's not just about like the woman submitting. It is to a certain degree and in certain circumstances,
Yeah,
but like as far as like intimacy goes, like all of that, like it's supposed to be like it's equal, like the woman or the man with the other person's body.
yeah. Chris
So
knows about this.
What do you say, Chris?
How you doing, Tom? Long time no
Good.
speak.
Yeah, Chris, we're talking about like relationships and how
Oh,
they change as you get older.
well, but I've been with Debbie for 20 plus years, so people get older. They but
Are you guys having less sex now than you did at the beginning?
I would probably, I would say so. Yeah,
Yeah. Okay. So are all of us.
it's not to me, honestly, it's not a big deal. So
I got it. Me either.
I'm not
Yeah.
Stephanie either.
Yeah.
Tom's a different kind of
Sex-
breed.
sex isn't the most important thing in life.
Chris, do you think it's possible to have a sexless relationship, just no sex, but you still stay together because you love each other in a different kind of way?
There's probably a lot of couples out there like that. Absolutely, that are sterile. Absolutely, I believe that. Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that's healthy?
Why
You think that's healthy?
I think it's healthy. Why not?
Okay.
Do you think it is?
I think it's normal.
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
I watched all your interviews. Good interviews again, by the way.
Oh, good. Thank you. Thank you.
How's the weather been down there by you? Good.
Yeah, nice, beautiful.
Nice. Are you getting into fall season now down there now?
Yeah, yep,
Pretty
fall, yep. Great.
Yeah. How's
A
your
little cooler, I guess, but still pretty warm. Or
Yeah, it's getting cool in the nights, like 60s. Stephanie, what's your weather out there?
Oh, it's nice. It's fall. It's nice and cool. It's in the 60s. We got our rain back.
Yeah,
Oh,
here
good.
in France in 60s here too.
Yeah.
You got rain today too.
Good.
Yep. It's wonderful.
Good.
So Mark's not doing pirate radio, huh?
it's a special episode.
Exactly.
Were you getting away with that again, Mark?
Oh,
Those
yeah.
songs?
Control. Yeah, I've been playing some stuff from the new band.
Yeah.
A couple of CDs out already, so I've been playing some of that. And then I sneak in, I go balls to the wall, and that usually allows me to play some copywritten stuff.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I still get away with it.
Cool.
Yeah. All my warnings are gone. I'm back on this channel again.
Yeah.
Get a load. This is really funny. Get a load of this. This is on the news. 184 cases of crab clusters worth $73,000 was stolen from a trailer in Philadelphia today. Can you imagine? $73,000 worth of crab.
Oh, yeah, I can because I have because it's been shut down, and that crab isn't from Alaska. It's from another country. It's selling for more than it ever did now.
And they're probably going to sell it on the black market, I bet
That
you.
was in Kensington,
Yeah.
the worst part of Philadelphia.
And it was in Kensington, the worst part of Philadelphia, too. where-
No, I don't doubt that at all.
Yeah.
Lobster still, it's expensive, but crab, the season's been canceled 2 years in a row. They
Yeah.
can't catch it.
Alaska, yeah. They're
So the
bringing,
demand has went up, and you're getting it from other countries.
yeah, like Norway, Finland.
Yeah, that's it. Yep.
Is that Tom? Is that Alaska?
Yeah.
Because we get a lot of our seafood from Alaska, but I
Yeah.
haven't looked for crabs. So.
No, you're not getting any crab. The last 2 years, the state shut it down.
Oh, wow. I never heard. Wow, I
That's
didn't even
crazy.
know about it.
You
I-
watch
And the weird,
Dangerous, is it what's it called again?
dangerous jobs.
Dangerous, no, the fishing one. The,
Yeah.
Oh, I
Yeah.
know what show. It's a show. I know what show you're talking about. Yeah.
oh, on the tip of my tongue.
No,
That's
I know the guys up in Barrow, or I mean Kodiak. What the
right on.
hell's the name of that show?
Yeah.
Oh,
They catch crabs, right, Mark?
Yes.
Yeah.
They do.
the
Right.
crab fisherman.
What's the name of that, Chris?
Debbie, what's the name of that show where they catch crab?
I don't remember.
Oh, I can't remember either.
Yeah.
It's on the tip of my tongue. I just
Yeah,
can't-
mine too. Yeah.
I know.
It's not dangerous jobs. It's the fuck is it?
Here, let me.
Can somebody look it up?
Yeah.
Google
That's
it.
Sig Hansen. That Sig Hansen used to be
Yeah.
in it. He died.
That's
Yeah.
right. And one of the ships is the Wizard.
Yeah.
Huh?
Look up crab divers and find a show.
And that Mike Rowe narrates it.
Crab diver shows.
Mike
Just put
Rose.
crab fishing show in Alaska. It's come right up. But they've canceled all that stuff.
Yeah,
Those guys are over. Actually, some of them are over in Norway trying to do it.
Wow, I didn't know this.
Yeah.
yeah.
No, you can't. You go look at what crab costs now because they're not getting it from Alaska. The whole industry's been mothballed.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Wow.
What's the name of the show?
it was always kind of expensive, or you would have to go to like Maine or something.
Yeah, it is, but
Oh,
it's
yeah.
now it's like $200 a pound.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, that
Yeah.
crabbing and fishing is very dangerous. I had a girlfriend that worked on a fishing boat as a cook, and she would go out for 3 months at a time. And they had lots of accidents going on.
Yeah, they
she
do.
said that's a dangerous job.
That's why they call it the deadliest catch.
Yeah, deadliest catch.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what it's called. Yeah, deadly catch.
You know, if you Google those guys, like the stars of the show, about a third of them are sexual predators. 60% of them are
God.
drug addicts. Seriously,
Oh yeah, I wouldn't.
I'm not
kidding you.
Yeah.
bunch of fucking dirtbags.
Well, even you know what else about that too is that those people that go around the country that put up those rides like carnivals and festivals,
Yeah,
those people are the most scummiest, dirty ass people you'll ever want.
yeah, you're right.
And I'm
right.
telling you,
Oh
I'm
yeah.
telling you, some of these people that put these rides together, they go from state to state. And you go to,
Carnies.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, carnies.
Yeah, yeah.
They get paid good money though. I mean, I wouldn't want that job though.
I wouldn't either.
I would dare not want that job.
At least they're fucking showing up.
Well, yeah, that's true.
That's
Yeah.
true.
Well, yeah, it's probably the only kind of job they could get.
Yeah, it is. That's exactly right.
Right.
But they're a bunch of
Yeah.
fucking white trash.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, white trash. Mm-hmm.
No,
Hey,
yeah.
your girlfriend, how'd that work out for her, like in the real world? She made good money, right, Stephanie?
She made good money. She only did it for 2 years, though.
Yeah, was she getting laid out there?
No.
Okay.
No, she said there was a lot of creepy men.
Yeah, I believe that.
Yeah. And she had, her own little private quarters, but no. But she did do it for 2 years and saved a bunch of money and started her own business.
Well, that's
Oh.
good.
What was that? What kind?
Yeah. It was some kind of a crafting
Oh, okay.
crafting store she opened up.
Oh, good.
I haven't talked to her in a couple years, but she got real sick, and then she must have changed her phone number because I call unless she blocked me, but I don't know why she would block me. But anyway,
Did you hear about that
yeah.
that big drug bust in New York at a daycare center and two kids died?
Yeah,
What?
fentanyl.
Yeah, daycare center in New York. Yeah, it literally is.
Oh, that's been all over. That's been a crazy.
Yeah, fentanyls that babies were sleeping on.
Wow.
It was,
My
They've been
God.
putting
Gee.
that in. That's been popping up everywhere. The fentanyl crisis.
Yeah.
They're
If I ever
just.
had a baby,
Yeah,
that's what he's getting for
Seattle.
breakfast.
I watched a special, and Seattle is getting a serious fentanyl problem. So we're getting it here now
Really?
too.
Yeah, it's been happening every like bad batch, like just people just overdosing all over the place. It's becoming. I don't
Yeah.
know.
people think
Hey,
it's
Stephanie,
Yeah,
you used to have a famous porn series out there in Seattle.
yeah.
Rodney Moore.
I don't know about it,
Okay,
Tom.
all right. Yeah, it was like probably lasted for like 15 years. It's like a huge,
Oh,
yeah,
really?
yep. But they were all
Oh,
done in
wow.
Seattle.
so. What
Really?
are you coming to Branson, Tom?
I'm going to get up there. Don't you worry. Mark, you ever hear of Rodney Moore?
I'm thinking right now, is he the bald guy?
Yeah.
Kind of
Skinny.
yeah, I had a
Yeah.
red face all the time.
Yeah.
I think I know who he
Huh.
is. Yeah. What happened to him?
I don't know. Did you know Rodney Moore, Chris?
No, I never.
Yeah,
Chris,
you're a little young for that.
Chris knows Ron Jeremy, though.
Yeah, he sure does.
But see, Tom, I was never into porn, so I wouldn't
No.
know any of the stars.
I don't know of any woman. I've never met one woman in my life into porn.
Yeah.
I could tell
I
right
don't
now,
know.
Stephanie, I get 10 times further down the road with you asking you how your day went.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, you might get me excited by acting like a gentleman.
Remember Lorena Bobbitt?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
She cut his whatchamacallit
Yes.
Yeah, that was weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
That was
it's
great.
but,
Can you imagine being a police officer and finding it?
oh God.
Is that what happened?
We were cheering her on.
Yeah.
Boy, that police officer should have got extra pay for that.
He died, didn't he?
And did you, what do you think about the Tupac Shakur situation right now that they have a guy in custody for
I think at least from what I've read is really weak evidence.
what of Tupac? That guy?
Yeah. Yeah.
You think it's weak?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, it's taken this long, and it was
Oh,
from
yeah,
stuff
I
that he
mean,
said.
it
He
is
can
long.
say he was under the influence. They didn't have
Yeah.
any eyewitnesses. Evidently, he said that he was in the car when that occurred, and that's what they used to charge him.
Yeah.
Now, he could get an attorney and say he was under the influence and didn't really mean it. And, it's just without like other evidence after 20 years, good luck.
And did you hear about the ball that that new thing that's called Saphir in Las Vegas? They just built.
No.
It's like a ball, but at night.
Oh, you gotta see that. U2's playing there for a whole month.
Yeah,
Inside of it.
Yeah, U2 was playing in there the whole month there, and it's like a ball. It's like a globe, and it's like a concert
It's
venue.
a
And it's
sphere.
all LED lighting, and at nighttime they can make it turn into an eye, and then you can turn into a basketball. The whole inside is all LED 4K lighting.
Oh, yeah. Like a
Oh, wow.
planetarium.
Yeah, they just built it in Las Vegas.
Oh, wow.
Last week, my friend saw it.
Yeah, pretty cool.
So Christine, I just wanted to point out, Christine said that Ron Jeremy is dying in jail. What
Yeah, he
happened
is.
with Ron Jeremy?
He got nailed. A bunch of those girls said he raped him and fondled them and shit. And he got like all sorts of charges of rape and shit and had a breakdown, went into a mental institution, and they ended up ruling him mentally incompetent to go to trial. So it
You know,
looks like he's going to spend the rest of his life in psychiatric ward.
Did you know Linda Lovelace was
Really?
forced to make that movie?
Yeah, that's what she said. But she was out on hawking her porn book way after she had any connection with that guy. So that's a iffy story. She was actually a sweet lady, Linda Lovelace.
He told the whole story about what happened in the book, so it's kind of,
And
Yeah, you read it?
yes, ordeal.
Yeah, yeah.
And now
Yeah,
across-
Linda Lovelace. But if there's interviews of her on YouTube, she seemed like a very sweet woman.
She was. This guy was known for being bad. His name was Chuck Trainer. She was very.
Yeah, Chuck. Yeah, you're right. Yep, Chuck Trainer.
Yeah,
She died in a car accident in Colorado.
Yeah.
Oh, what year?
What was that, about 15 years ago?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Linda Lovelace.
Well, Tom, do you remember?
I miss her.
This is the only porn movie I saw with my husband. Behind the Green Door.
Marilyn Chambers.
Yeah.
She was the Ivory
Yeah.
Soap baby on the cover.
Oh, right. It's
Yep.
Insatiable.
Yeah, she was an Insatiable too. You're right. John Holmes was in that
Yep.
too.
Yeah,
So was Leslie Beauvais.
The only porn movie I saw. I was married at the time, and my husband and I saw it, and I was like,
What did he
I
think?
mean, oh well, he was all horny and everything, of course. Yeah,
She was
but
pretty.
yeah, she was.
Yeah.
She was pretty.
Yeah,
I wonder whatever happened to
she
her.
died too.
you
Oh, did she die too?
Yeah, she died out in. I think she was living in a trailer in Vegas.
Wow.
Yeah.
you think it's normal to watch a porno and not get a hard on?
Do I think it's horrible?
Well, I'm just saying. Do you think it'd be normal if you can't?
No.
I don't. I think every man that watches porn gets one, don't they?
Yeah, well, see, that's interesting with the male brain because I have yet my whole life to run into a woman that would watch it. You'd be better at giving her penthouse letters or something.
Right. Something to read. Yes. No, that's true, Tom.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Why is that?
No, I don't know. I don't know.
Well,
Interesting. I never knew
yeah, I
that.
think that
I
men should
don't
do more
know.
research. I mean, that guy that you dated, your last date, Stephanie, I mean, he didn't do any
Yeah.
due diligence.
No,
He-
not at all.
Have we met before, Stephanie?
I don't think so. Hi, Chris.
Okay. Hi. How are you? I didn't know.
Good. I've seen you on Tom's show, though.
Okay, I didn't know if we ever talked before. Okay.
Hey, Stephanie,
Yeah.
back to Behind the Green Door. That was the Mitchell brothers. They were out of San Francisco, a couple Jews.
Yeah, I
that,
remember.
Oh,
made it. But
Bimbo thought that this was a family show, not with Tom on.
hell no.
How-
Mm.
Fuck all those stupid goddamn rock songs.
If you're looking for,
Yeah, that'll-
if you're looking for,
I'll talk to you later, Tom.
All right,
Okay?
take care, Chris.
I'll talk to
okay,
you later, Mark.
Chris.
Bye-bye, Chris.
Hey, Stephanie,
Yeah.
what do you think hubby's? If hubby would have come straight out and asked you, did you just go to make him happy?
Yeah, because see what they did, Tom, in a little town by my house, they opened the very first porn movie theater.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And Behind the Green Door was playing, and he said, "Please, can we go?" I said, "Oh man, there's going to be weirdos in there doing stuff. I don't, Well, anyway, of course, he said he'd buy me a good dinner, so so we went, and it was very nice in there. There wasn't, there were men sitting by themselves. I don't know what they were, if they were doing anything, but it was a very nice, clean theater. So yeah, I went once. That was it.
Okay.
He asked later if we could go again. I said no.
Oh, gotcha.
I told him if he wanted to go ahead and go by yourself. I don't care.
Now, if hubby would have been, so with your blessings, he could have went and saw another one on his own.
Of course, Tom.
So
No.
my
I
whole,
was secure enough that no.
my whole thing is where do they find these women to do porn? Like, is it something that they recruit women, or women come to them? We'll have to get someone on here to
I think the
start
drug
talking.
dealers send them to them.
Oh, you think
Yeah,
that's
I
what
do
it is?
too.
You think
You know
this
what? If
is
you ever look, I learned this from porn. I knew a porn guy out in L.A. And you know, like you take guys like Max Hardcore, they hated all that super dirty, rough shit. He said he was the worst thing for porn that ever happened. But he was a bright guy too. He actually had a master's degree from Stanford. And we would talk not about like movies, you see this one, this, that, nothing like that. It was other conversation. And I did find out through him that the whole thing in porn, they'll take these girls and they'll go jerk them off the streets of Kensington. They look like they're half dead, feed them for a month, take them to a doctor, and then get the best makeup artist in the world. They don't look anything outside of porn like they do when they're making movies. You wouldn't even recognize them. That's where they get them. They
Wow.
don't look like that when they first start. They
Wow.
act, yeah, yep. I'm not saying it never
Huh.
happens. Like there's a girl, Belle Knox, who got into porn, who claimed that it was because her parents were going broke trying to send her to Duke. I just looked her up the other day. She just got her law degree from someplace.
Well,
Real pretty girl, but you know, yeah, it's not like, as we know, it's not real, and those women look nothing like that at all. You know, they're druggies usually, or abused, or some shit. It's just the way it is. You know,
Bo, welcome.
but porn is kind of in a different. It's different now. Now it's like private people doing it. You know, there's no jobs out there. There's a ton of married couples making porn. OnlyFans, Pornhub, all those places.
well,
Oh,
I
God.
heard that who was um what was Charlie Sheen's wife
Oh
and
yeah,
her
he was
daughter?
with what was her name? What was that girl's name with Charlie Sheen? He was
I
with
forgot.
Ginger Lynn for a while.
I forgot what her name is now, but
He was with Ginger Lynn for a while, yeah.
and then they
He's
had
a
a
fucking kook,
Who are we talking about now?
Charlie Sheen.
Oh yeah, yeah. He went off the deep end.
Yeah, another big druggie. It
Yeah.
doesn't. I mean,
so you think most people in the industry are on drugs or
fuck
something? But
yes,
like, you think so? Okay.
yeah, big time. And not only on drugs like recreationally, but drugs to perform. Butt fucking, they're on pain medications, getting hards on, they're on Viagra. I mean, they're using every fucking trick in the book because nobody really wants to be there and nobody wants to really do it. I mean,
Right.
I'm sure there's some here and there. And obviously, the couples that are doing it on Pornhub and OnlyFans, that's different. But professional porn's changed a lot, man. This amateur shit where, you know, I mean, Stephanie and I could start making it tonight and upload
I,
it on
Well,
OnlyFans.
I
I
mean,
would watch that
they have
if it was
everything.
You'd
real
love it.
tough. I think
They
I
have
would watch
everything
that.
crazy on TV too. Like, so you turn on TV and you have like actors and actresses and
Yeah, it's exactly what it's like. But it's kind of like double acting because, you know, you're taking a pill to get a hard on and another pill to put up with it. And it's a
Yeah.
terrible life.
Yeah. That don't sound right.
Terrible. No. And yet, if you look at porn actors and actresses in general, their lives do not end very well. You
well,
know?
do you think it's from like all the drugs and everything
Yeah, I
else?
think they were like, you know, it's the group of people that you get to begin with. You know, it's like the sample of people that you're getting right out of the chute. Unstable, abusive homes, drug issues. So you're starting out with a person that's probably going to have problems in life no matter what they go into. And
Yeah.
then you put them in that. They lose self-esteem. They don't feel good about themselves. People
Right.
find out, their relatives ostracize them. It's just bad all the way around.
Well, what do you think about like the people that got out of it and made something of themselves?
Well, they're very.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could name those on one hand. There's one guy that got lucky, Sylvester Stallone. But
Yeah.
most of them go the route of Tracy Lords. They're in a couple B films, couple notches up from working at the local dollar store, and then everybody forgets about them as they head into their 50s. And porn does not pay that well.
No, I don't imagine it
No,
would.
I
It'd
don't
have,
think one, Jesus.
The money is made by the directors. You know, the porn companies. It used to be mob controlled, but I don't know if it's like that anymore or not.
well, who pays for porn now? I mean, now that there's nobody buys videotapes or buys.
Well, that's the problem. It's free porn that's killed the industry. It's like, you know, you can get everything free.
Yeah.
The smart people are just paying like, you know, 10-second clips so you can join their website. But the dumb ones, they're you know, putting a 20-minute blowjob on there for nothing. Well, you're not going to get paid then. We're talking about porn, Stephanie.
Of course we are.
Yeah.
So,
And not only that, Mark said if we made it, he'd watch. Aren't you flattered?
Oh dear God. Oh dear God, that would be. I couldn't even watch that. Oh Lord.
Yeah.
Oh Lord, have mercy.
No, I think it's a bad thing to get involved in.
So you think like the mob has a lot to do with like the porn
Yeah,
industry?
I think they used to. But I think it's
Okay.
so watered down. I mean, the mob goes where there's money at. The mob's different now, too. You know, all their kids are going to Stanford and Harvard and Yale. They're not open up dry cleaning things and garbage truck businesses. It's more done with a pen and paper and a good education.
what, they're thievery, you mean now?
Now, like organized high-level crime.
You're
Yeah,
right.
there's just, you know, these guys got smart. At least the mafia in the United States is like that. You look at these last two generations, they don't want their kids doing that fucking shit, getting their head chopped off and murdering the whole family. They're all educated,
Yeah.
going to medical school and law school and every other fucking thing, airline pilots.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's different
Oh
now.
it's probably all high tech now.
Yeah. You know, and the
Not
government
like-
can catch you so many ways. You can't launder money like you used to be able to. I mean, if you
Right.
haven't noticed, things are going to a cashless society.
Oh, I know.
And,
You know,
you know,
cards and uploading your money on your card and all that bullshit. I think two reasons. It's easier. And secondly, the government can keep better track of you. But the days of owning a nice restaurant in Seattle and having $500,000 and $20 bills under your bed are kind of ending. They say that 93% of income in restaurants now is on credit cards. Well, there goes the money laundering out the window.
Right.
A couple Dagos are still doing it in New York, cash only, and they got an ATM there. But by and large,
Right.
national statistics don't lend themselves very well to organized crime.
Oh, I
Crazy.
know. One time when I was at Walmart, they had one line for. I only had cash, right? I had taken all money out of the bank, and they had one line for cash only. Rest of them you had to pay with your debit card.
Yeah, that's it.
I
And
was so
change has
pissed off.
changed.
That line was
Just for-
song, and I had to
Drifter Nomad just made a comment.
Damn it.
Technology and Rico.
There, 'cause
destroyed
I
the
had
mafia.
What'd you say, Michelle?
I'm sorry. Drifter Nomad just said technology
Crazy.
and Rico destroyed the mafia.
Yeah, Rico. That's exactly right. Rico. Better believe it. That's taken down tons of people.
Rico.
It's a federal crime act.
It's a federal
Able,
crime act.
it extends their arm to get into all sorts of shit and indict you and charge you. Hey, who's got a microphone open or something?
Is it me?
I don't know.
No, it just started. Like echoing.
yeah.
Is
Do
it
you have
Mark?
another window?
No, I've been on the same thing from the beginning. It's something just recent.
All right.
It's
Here, let me
it might
try.
be me because I've been getting kicked out.
Okay, hang on. Infilov, how you doing? Hang on, we're just having an issue here.
Hey, Evelyn, how's it going?
I'm doing pretty good.
I thought it was Edgar Winter.
Yeah, yeah, it is. Actually.
Have you been listening?
Yeah, I've been listening.
Oh, no, but I mean earlier.
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah, I've
okay.
been listening for the last hour. Awesome conversations, really interesting.
Yeah. Now, are you guys getting this
Okay.
echoing?
Definitely love this kind of topic. Cool to learn about.
Mark?
Yeah, I can hear it. Hang on. Okay, you're good.
You know what? It might be me. I'll leave and come back, guys.
Hold on, I'll talk down. Hang on.
I thought it was me for a second, but then I muted my microphone.
No.
Oh,
So-
yeah, it is Stephanie.
It is Stephanie.
It is you, sweetheart. Hang on, where'd you go?
She said she's coming back.
Okay.
What happened to Michelle?
Michelle's still here somewhere. There she is.
Oh,
Is it-
okay.
Okay, I left because I was just making sure it wasn't me either. So.
No, it's Stephanie.
All right.
Okay, now where were we? Well, you thinking of getting into porn, Michelle?
Haha, no.
All right, just checking.
No, I was.
Infilov, what's your take on porn? Good, bad, indifferent?
Actually, you know what? I'm a straight guy. I'm a straight guy, married, but I've never been into porn.
Never.
No, I know it's weird.
No, it's not. And I'll tell you a funny thing about that.
It is.
I know
I've never
every
into it.
guy that I knew that ran like a porn store or a porn movie theater, they weren't into porn either. Weird.
I thought I was the only one.
No, plenty of them. None of these guys that ran these porn things were into it at all. It's weird. Crazy.
I don't generally watch it, but some of the stuff you talk about sounds interesting.
I was like, no, I'm not really into it. Just want to have sex.
That's good. I'm sure your wife's appreciative of it. I don't know
Yeah.
too many women that are very supportive of their husband's porn watching.
Yeah, she's
Encouraging it, yeah.
Just the way it goes, you know. But the industry is in a funny stage now compared to it's like everything. Everything's changed.
Oh yeah.
Because of the internet.
Yeah, internet. Yeah, sure did. Yep.
Well, do you still buy? How do you get? Well, do you buy CDs?
Yeah,
these days?
CDs.
Do they still sell them? Or?
Stations where it'd be scrambling and you would try to watch it, but you could barely see it.
Yeah. You talking about porn, Mark?
Yeah,
Oh, you go on fucking Hamster or Pornhub.
yeah. I've heard of Pornhub before. I've been on.
Yeah, that's how you watch it.
Oh, so you don't buy it anymore?
No, fuck no, man. What are you watching? It on a black and white TV?
Yeah. No, I'm just curious how they sell it. If there's any
You
money.
stream it. Well, the people that got like good shit that people want, I think the money's in the fetish shit. You know, the freak shit.
Oh, okay. Oh, fetishes. I see. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's where the big money is.
Yeah, and especially.
Yeah, they get more money. Just like May, you know, that transsexual, or what the hell was she? Transgender.
Right.
She knew she was going to be a prostitute and did it that way because people don't seem to mind when they're older. Yeah, transgender. Transsexual. What's the ones? Yeah, what is she? Is she transgender or trans? Yeah, she's transsexual.
They
No,
don't.
it's transgender. She's transgender. Got every hormone treatment and plastic surgery thing in the world. I mean, if you look at her, that used to be a fake picture she used for Avatar. You'd have a hard time deciphering that what's going on there. I mean, she looked like a female attractive woman on the evening nightly news.
Right.
Really pretty. Right until you reach down and grab that 9-inch fucking cock.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. You'd know then, wouldn't you?
Yeah, my wife and I used to watch some strange videos on YouTube. There were some interesting people, but definitely pretty. But yeah,
Yeah, no, there's something out there for everybody.
yeah.
They say that's what got the internet off the ground, porn. I don't know if that's true or not, but it was given credit for the early payment because it was just so cost prohibitive to get going. I don't know how true that is, but I've read it more than once.
It makes sense.
Yeah, I think it did.
You-
It's a huge industry, but it's just in a different kind of way now.
Well, what is it now? Mostly sites that you become a member of and pay
Yeah,
dues, right?
I never found a site. I never been a member of a site. I'm proud to say. I just surf around,
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's crazy. If you look like on OnlyFans, well, I don't want to look through 8 hours of shit. But there's a lot of like young couples doing that for their sole source of income now. Now I don't think there's such a stigma to it.
No, it's times have changed, definitely.
And if you've got non-drug addict married couples and that's what they decide to do, I mean,
yeah, all the power to them.
all the power to them.
They're getting them
YouTubers,
their yayas out by exposing themselves.
YouTubers are just
Perfect platform.
getting like
Yeah.
a million views just having their shirt on, just like a tight shirt.
Yeah, right. Yep.
Videos.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of rags to riches stories. There's a girl now on Serenity Cox on Pornhub. I don't really find her that attractive. And where the money seems to go crazy is when they're doing this sex everywhere, and then they bring in another guy. And they've been doing that for about a year now. And I'm sure they're making crazy money. And I always wonder how that's affected their relationship.
Yeah.
I don't know. They say there's different schools of thought on that too.
I probably look at it as a business transaction. Talk about it before and then have it agree on it.
Where do you live, James? What state?
South Carolina.
Oh, okay. The Bible Belt. I see you guys can buy legal marijuana now.
I'm not sure. Maybe.
Yeah.
James, it's really
Probably
hard to
medical
hear
marijuana.
you. Do you have a different microphone?
Yeah, I'm just using my cell phone.
Okay.
But it should be like I'm using my cell phone too. Wonder if he's like a far away from it or something.
Yeah, I probably have my head far away
Okay,
from
now
the
it's
phone.
good.
That's a
Is that
lot
better, Michelle?
That's the
Yeah,
distance.
it's better. I think everyone can hear him now.
Yeah, you can. South Carolina is right around the corner for me. So a lot of people are going over there getting gummies and stuff.
Huh.
Yeah.
Oh, it's illegal in your state, Tom. That's right, Georgia.
Oh, yeah, this
Yeah,
is
it's not
big
like
Bible
Michigan,
territory.
It's not like Michigan, though, where there's like weed shops everywhere.
Yeah, that's where I came from.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's good or bad.
That's another industry. I think it's a good thing. It generates tax money. It helps with whatever they blow our money on, and it's keeping it out of black market hands.
No, not really.
I think
They say that most people are still buying it from the black market. It's cheaper.
You know what? I don't think so.
In the United States, they are.
Yeah.
Tons of that marijuana sold in the United States for those dispensaries comes from Canada. Evidently, you guys grow a lot of really good marijuana some way.
Yeah, they
Yeah, you
do.
can buy gummies around here, like at vape stores, and the vape stores are popping up everywhere. Like there's 2 vape stores that just opened across the street right by my house, and they sell gummies.
The vape store, yeah.
Weed, though.
Oh, wow. I've never smoked marijuana.
Really? Oh, wow.
Yeah, isn't that something?
Yeah, I'm surprised.
Yeah, I tried some gummies, and I just tried a mushroom candy bar last week.
How was that?
It didn't do shit.
Oh, was it strong enough?
Oh,
Yeah,
both.
but I took the recommended dose.
Yeah, but you know what? You're not a little guy. You're a big guy, so you need your body absorbs it up. You probably need 2 of those chocolate bars.
Yeah.
Botox. When it first became legal here, it was pretty like widespread, but I think people like toned down on doing it so much in public. But yeah, you
Yeah,
go places and that's all you smell. And I mean, I
I
smell.
hate the smell of it.
It's
Yeah, I see
Yeah.
definitely
people
it's
when I'm
definitely
driving.
distinguished.
I see
That's for
people
sure.
smoking pot all the time. You can smell like literally like it's crazy how far you can smell pot when you're driving on the highway. Like I'm talking like 2,000, 3,000 feet away. You can smell it.
Wow.
Yeah,
Hey, Mark.
That sounds like some good shit.
yeah.
Hey, Mark.
Weed is strong now. It's not like even what it was like 10, 20 years ago.
You're right. You're right. Yes, Tom.
Hey, James could be an Iggy Pop impersonator.
Yeah. Yeah, good. You
You know
know,
who Iggy Pop is, Michelle? Michelle.
I don't know what he is.
who
Where the
the
hell's he go now? Wonder how Stephanie's
No,
microphone went south.
no, I'm sorry. This app that we're using, Restream, I've just been having some glitches in it, so I
Oh,
apologize. What was the question again?
Do you know who Iggy Pop is?
Sounds familiar, but not off the top of
Okay,
my
he's like a rock singer.
Okay.
No.
she's not old like us, Tom.
Yeah, it's true. You'll be just like us in 25 years, Michelle.
Yeah.
No sex, holding hands, sexless relationships like Stephanie. It'll be over. You never see those days coming when you're young.
I mean, I'm just saying, you're making such a down spin on everything, like, you never know what the future holds. You can't predict.
I got a pretty good idea though, because like,
Okay.
the best prediction of the future is the past, and all you got to do is look at that with anyone.
No, not really. Not necessarily. I mean, think about it like this. Your past didn't necessarily predict your future and like what you did in your future.
Yeah, it did.
I don't want to brag or anything, but I had a lot of sex in my past. I mean, and I'm hoping that that'll carry on well into my future.
No, you're dreaming.
Like,
Oh, yeah. So you're like bursting my bubble here, Tom.
You're hallucinating.
I've worked with a lot of older men and stuff, and like some of them would say, it seemed kind of like a trend. Like they didn't really care it wasn't really. They didn't find talking about sex as taboo as like when you're younger and you're, whatever else. It just seems like when you get older, you just don't. Your filter just isn't there. You're just kind of like, I'm me, and this is,
Yeah,
who I
because you're
am.
harmless. You're
'Cause
harmless. Yeah, I mean, you didn't consider these old guys talking about sex a threat.
Right. Like I didn't think to myself like, oh, because it wasn't. See, here's the difference between men talking about sex in general and then men being sexual towards you. There's a big difference.
Yeah, there is.
You know what I mean? There is.
Yeah,
There's a big difference between
yeah,
coming on here and discussing a topic
yeah.
than somebody actually,
Right.
so
I mean, I just can't believe people would do that shit. I mean, it's just like you get vibes from people, and they're crazy
know your
fuckers.
audience, right? Is that what you're saying? Like know your audience when you're speaking?
Yeah, it's like, yeah, I mean, you can't like have a way of feeling this out like that guy Stephanie went out with. You know, he's just clueless. Fucker breaks out a big bag of dildos. Can't figure out
Oh my.
why she
What an
doesn't want to
idiot.
stay an extra night.
Oh,
Yeah,
Was it something I said?
you meet somebody and you're
Are
like,
these not long enough? Then he got mad and said, "What? None of them big enough?"
Yeah, maybe.
I find it interesting that, you know, Ben could be so clueless sometimes with all of that and like women and just,
well, just some men just
it,
don't have any
you know,
feelings.
Yeah.
Probably lack of dating experience, maybe.
Yeah, just like, well, that's why when you see these guys get busted in these, a lot of these guys that get busted in these sex stings and shit, even when that prick Chris Hansen, Catch the Predator, of course, that was underage kids, that's different. But any of
yeah.
these guys get caught up in these sex stings. They're just guys with a lot of time, just no social skills. They have no way of going out and knocking out some fucking ass like we did. You know, they're socially inept. They
Well,
try dating sites. Before you know it, they're trying to get blown by an undercover sheriff.
you figure,
That's so true.
you figure when you're younger and stuff and like you have your partying years, which I'm sure everybody's had that in their
I
life.
didn't. I didn't really.
You didn't have your years where you were just like out there doing
No,
whatever.
I really didn't.
So are you playing those out later in life then,
No, I
or
just it wasn't like. I mean, I do some crazy ass shit, but it wasn't partying type stuff. You know, I'm lucky too because I had two alcoholics as parents. That kind of
Mhm.
stuff never really did much for me. It's weird.
so so you just went from high school to college to working and you never like,
Yeah, no, I never really did. I mean, I got drunk a couple times. I'm sure there's been a few times where I could have got a drunk driving ticket, but no, like throwing up and passing out and binging, never. Uh-uh.
My mom and my dad's an alcoholic too, and I've never really been into drinking either. I used to drink a lot when I was younger and party, but it never lasted. It's not something I really want to continue. I don't
Yeah,
even
no,
like
I never
drinking
did.
alcohol.
I never did. I think there's like anything, you know, a genetic predisposition to that. I mean,
Yeah,
sometimes there is, sometimes, and it skips around. I mean, you can
yeah.
have two people, you know, twins, identical twins sometimes. One's a hardcore partier and the other one's not. Strange. That's the exact same DNA.
mm,
Well, go figure. Who knows why it happens?
Other outside effects.
Yeah. You know, same parents, same life, upbringing, the whole bit. I just, you know, that's just like marijuana. It never really interested me.
yeah, I was never, especially in my adult years, it was kind of not really my thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting why there would be such a large portion of a population that wants to leave reality so often for entertainment.
Well, it's how you cope, like how you cope with stresses in life. Some people like to eat, like
Yeah, right. That's it.
just like when
Shop,
people drink.
eat.
Well, think
Yeah.
about it like this, like, why do people drink and drink a lot, or like why do people, do drugs? It's to
Yeah.
basically, you know,
Yep. I know.
My work daughter smokes regularly, and it just doesn't really help with her anxiety, and it does work. And I know someone from work who also smokes a lot, smokes weed, and that helps that person with their anxiety too. But for me, it doesn't really. It does like the opposite.
Yeah, I mean, I know people that can drink a
I get
pot of
anxiety.
coffee before they go to bed. I would never fall
I'm like,
asleep. It's how it's metabolized and then what it does for you and all that shit.
You know, it's weird when
I get
I
up
used to
in the
drink
middle of
coffee
the
all the
night
time.
sometimes.
I could drink coffee like right before I go to bed and fall asleep immediately. But since I stopped drinking coffee, now I only drink like twice a week, and just a tiny bit will just keep me up all night.
Right.
Bopak
Like
has a good
2 hours.
point here. Talking about he says the biggest drugs are painkillers, essentially, right? But with painkillers and stuff, you're treating like a physical ailment. It's not really to escape reality. You're just kind of, you know, something hurts in your body and you just don't feel like dealing with it. But you're right. A lot of people take painkillers. I mean, they get ibuprofen, aspirin, all of those drugs that are over the counter. It's a big thing. Life is tough.
I don't think I could get by without my ibuprofen.
There's a lot of
Just
people.
putting that out
Oh
there.
yeah, I mean,
Really?
like that.
Yeah.
I could probably
But I'm polyarthritic, though. I got it all over,
I
so
could
I
probably
get some pains and aches that you wouldn't believe.
I could probably bring up like a sales report on like ibuprofen. That's probably like a gold mine as far as sales for all that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it
But it makes
works. It's an
sense. It
anti.
makes sense, because people get inflammation as they age, and even sometimes when they're young. So, I mean, it's the way it is. It's either that or you'd suffer.
Right.
Exactly.
It's not like you're going to
It's
be
not
robbing banks for it.
it's not like changing, it's not altering your state of mind like completely.
Right, right. Yeah,
You're just treating a physical problem at the moment.
yeah, right. Yep. Hey, James, what type of work have you done in your life?
Um, well, I went to school for engineering, but I ended up dropping out, and I worked for Consumers Energy as a co-op for a little bit because I know it's kind of odd, but I'm really interested in power lines. I think they're really cool looking, and so
Yeah.
I worked for. I tried to become an electrical engineer, but I ended up dropping out, and so I'm in
Oh, okay.
student debt, which kind of sucks. But and then I went to school as a multimedia designer doing computer art related a related industry where I do artwork on the computer. But I
Yeah,
unfortunately haven't found a job in that field, so I'm working at a hotel right now.
yeah. Okay.
I've been doing that ever since. I really love working at a hotel. It's fun. Like I'm a shuttle driver and I pick up people from the airport.
I did that one time at college. I
Yeah.
liked it too.
Yeah, it's pretty easy work. You get a lot of downtime and you get to talk to guests, which is fun. Like guests from like all over the world.
Yeah, no, right. It'd be fun.
Yeah. It's not very stressful. Like today was just really slow. It was nice. I got to just kind of like hang out. Great.
Yeah, good for you.
Not a lot of money, but it's nice.
Yeah, good.
Eventually,
I did it. I like doing it.
Yeah.
You get good tips?
Sometimes some guests can be pretty stingy, and you'd be pretty surprised on the type of people that will actually tip you. Like people you wouldn't expect to tip will be the ones that tip.
Yeah.
But
How far
overall,
is it? How far is it from the airport to the hotel?
15 minutes. It's like 3 miles.
Oh, okay.
It's a 15-minute drive.
Oh, cool.
Drive a van.
You'd be
Yeah,
good at that,
good.
Michelle.
Oh, probably. Let's do something like that.
Wonder if you could do a YouTube thing through it.
When I was doing like the DoorDash thing for a while, but I mean, there's really nothing interesting with that. It was just basically, picking up.
I'd be afraid of getting murdered.
Would you really?
I delivered pizza for a while over in North Charleston, and yeah, it got pretty dangerous sometimes. I got my car stolen one time delivering pizza at this one apartment complex. I came back and I saw a guy in my car and he drove off. And it just so happened with luck, another pizza delivery driver came up that happened to deliver in the same area. So I told him, I was like, I just got my car stolen. And then the other driver called the cops and the cops came and I was able to track my car down with an app.
Really?
Yeah. And the guy drove to an apartment complex next door and threw the sign in the bush, threw the pizza delivery sign in the bushes, and I got my car back.
Good for you.
Yeah.
That's
Really,
crazy, isn't it, Mike?
an hour and a half.
Wow.
Yeah.
Lucky he didn't shoot you.
Yeah, I know. I'm lucky, like, I was able to find my car, too.
Yeah, save you a lot of extra bullshit.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, big time.
And then I just worked the rest of the day like nothing happened. My boss was
Wow.
kind of mad though. He's like, "Why the heck did you leave your car unlocked?" I was like, "Yeah, I don't know why. I should have."
Yeah, police do it all the time. Cops do it too. They get their cars stolen too.
Yeah.
I don't lock my car hardly ever when I go out of it.
It's tempting not to. Like you just want to get out and not deal with filling up the car and all that. Like,
You gotta watch you don't get ripped off one day, Tom. I noticed that you don't you leave the windows open,
Yeah.
and I know you have Daisy there sometimes, but like today you didn't when you went into the dollar store.
Yeah, but see, they got a bunch of cameras, and this is like heavy police presence, and like they
Yeah.
would see him on a camera, and any thief knows that out there. Like I wouldn't do that in Detroit and stuff,
Right.
and I'm not saying it can't happen here, but I think it's pretty unlikely, you know.
Ah, yeah.
But it
Okay.
could get me. You're right.
You know what it is? What scares me is the hassle you have to go
Yeah.
through. You lose your
Oh,
vehicle.
big time.
oh, geez.
That's
You
why
know?
James got lucky, man. He just went and got his own car back and the pizza sign.
Yeah. Yeah. Perfect.
Yeah. Huh. Yeah, I would. I do it too much, probably. Marty's a big door locker. I never lock them.
I do it now.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm kind of surprised because you're kind of out in the middle of nowhere, and I don't know. I mean,
You'd have to be fucking crazy to come back here.
everybody, like it seems like everybody knows everybody in that town, anyways. So I mean,
Not so
I'm
much
sure.
where I'm at,
Oh,
because I'm
really?
I'm like 3 miles from town. You got to go like that ride when I leave the driveway to the road is 2 miles down a dirt unlit road. I mean, you can hear anybody coming. I bet 5 cars don't go down that road a month.
I bet it's
weird.
so quiet around there. Oh my god, that must be great.
Oh, it is great, man.
You probably hear thunder like from 30 miles away.
Yeah, exactly right. Coyotes, birds. I don't want any secure. To me, in this situation, I don't want any lights. Because if you came back here and you were going to do something, you'd need a fucking flashlight.
Yeah, that's great.
I don't want to like light the whole thing up so you can see where the back door is in the front. I'm not like that anyway. I like
yeah.
darkness. You know, I'm out there fucking around with my cameras all the time and no light pollution, look at a million stars, even on the not the greatest night. You know?
Yeah,
I mean,
Yeah, there's a big light on a post behind my place. I want to take it out with a pellet gun, but the little lady won't let
well,
me.
you should get one of those not telescopes because you probably have
I
really
got
good.
one.
Oh, it's probably like a really good because there's not a lot of lights and everything. You probably get
Yeah.
a lot of. Oh, okay.
I got a good one, but you can't record through it good. So, I mean,
Okay.
you look through it, it's like, yeah, there's fucking Pluto. But it's a whole nother ball game recording through one of those. Where my recordings aren't great, like the moon and shit, but they're good enough and 1,000 times easier than fucking with that thing. You know?
Right. Well, because I was gonna say like if you live in a closer like city or suburb where there's lots of lights and everything, it's harder to
Yeah,
see
well,
the
we have
back.
no light pollution, none.
Really? Oh.
No. I walk out and feed the birds totally nude.
Perfect.
Top's like.
You know what's in a chicken's peck, though, Tom?
Yeah.
He lives in the middle of the road.
That's what she eats.
under like thousands of stars.
Yeah, it is. It's like that, man.
You
It's
probably see the
crazy.
Milky Way.
And it's going to get better, you know, now that we're going into the winter. It's so super clear here. It's unbelievable. It looks like you could you're in a planetarium.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, why that many stars,
Yeah,
eh?
it's crazy. I mean, gorgeous.
Nice.
Beautiful. You look on those GoPros I use for those nighttime ones, you see there's always 3, 4, 5 shooting stars.
Yeah, where
I mean,
I live,
see
the
'em-
sky's so bright during night, like mockingbirds chirp. And the cicadas
Yeah.
still
No.
buzz.
Yep. No, I know. Yeah, I know what you mean. Light pollution's an issue.
Oh yeah.
There's a
It
place
affects
about 10
people's
miles from
circadian
here.
rhythm.
It's called
It can affect
Sharon, and it's a dark community. No headlights allowed. No interior lights can be seen from the street. It's
Oh,
all
yeah.
these
Right.
space people, astronomy people, and that live there. They pay up the ass for those lots.
hmm
And you can't put your headlights in your car
No.
while you're driving.
These modern LED lights
You
can
don't
affect
drive
the circadian rhythm.
The circadian rhythm.
Huh?
Yep.
Yeah, because the bluer light, the higher like a higher like frequency. It's like 17 hertz. It can make people's circadian rhythm messed up. And the
Yeah,
flip
it's
code
yeah, super cool. Love it.
Well,
Can't wait to get Stephanie down here. I'm gonna first as soon as she says she's coming to visit. I'm gonna
yeah.
have a big shopping bag. She's
Oh,
gonna say, "Oh,
geez.
what's that?"
Knock it off, Tom.
I say, "It's a look at. I'll pull that motherfucker out of there. You need 2 hands to hold it. Look like a fucking python, but it'll really be just a giant dildo."
Big black one.
Yeah,
I'm sure Stephanie's.
I'm gonna have Stephanie promise to give me 2 days. If that doesn't work, then I'll be nice and stuff and rubber sore neck the next day, and not say anything about
Yeah.
it.
But then she's got to be truthful as far as which
Thank you.
she
No,
likes
exactly right.
more.
I won't swear and all that. I throw the dildos in the garbage when I know she's watching. I mean, I'm going to commit to this.
What happened to
off
Steph?
the garbage, off the
I don't know what
dildo.
happened to her. Maybe she was having troubles with the app.
Yeah, this app is definitely different than from the live stream. That's for sure.
StreamYard.
Mine hasn't been causing problems.
I don't know why on my end it did. It caused problems earlier too, so.
Huh. Weird. These are good ones, man. We cover a lot of bases on these.
Yeah, these are great.
What's old Bimbo? Go to bed early, Mark?
I guess so. She's still doing cancer stuff with Al.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, you know what? Today is Wednesday.
Dogs never get
Yeah, Al's done his cancer chemo officially now.
He's what?
He's finished.
Oh, good.
Yeah, he went daily. They went daily for a while.
What are those little dogs playing?
Yeah, they're my Morky Poo pups.
Oh, okay. Oh, they're just
Yeah,
puppies?
they never get tired.
How old are they?
5 months old now.
Oh, wow. That's kind of cool.
Yeah,
Say hi.
They're cute.
they're bouncing around.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't get tired, eh?
A lot of energy. Oh, that's cute.
Yeah, they're really cute.
What do you got going on tomorrow, Mark?
I have a guy coming over from a new band that I'm considering playing with, and he's gonna bring an acoustic guitar, and we're gonna sit down and hash through a few numbers.
Cool.
Before that, yeah, he'll be here about 1-ish. Before that, I gotta pop out, run a couple of errands, and then yeah, should be fun. If everything goes good, I'll be working with these guys next week, and they have a few projects.
Okay.
They do covers, and they do their own originals, which I'm looking forward to hearing.
Oh, good.
I've been the other band that I played with. I've been playing with called Saigon Pharmacy is the name. I've been playing their music on pirate radio, and I've been getting a pretty good response as far as people liking the music.
Yeah, I listened to that.
So,
They're on YouTube, aren't they?
no,
Where did I hear that then?
for me, it
Okay.
would be the only place.
Okay.
because unless I looked, I didn't see any of their CDs on YouTube.
Okay, I saw that name somewhere.
Well, the thinking behind it, the guy that came up with it, Jake, the lead singer of the band, is he figures every town in America has a Saigon pharmacy. I mean, you see them all over the place. And if you're playing that town and you don't have a backdrop, you can always rip one off from a Saigon pharmacy.
Gotcha. That's cool. Hey, you ever watched those Jimmy Page play the acoustic guitar on YouTube?
Yeah.
What do you think of that?
Which one?
Any of them?
Him playing, he's brilliant.
Yeah, he is, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. Virtuoso.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, right. You're right. How about Mark Knopfler?
I'm not a huge Mark Knopfler fan as far as a lot of the stuff he wrote. Like, I wasn't a big fan of that one album that came out.
Money Ain't for Nothing?
Yeah, that's that era of him. But he's an excellent guitarist, and he plays with some of the greats.
Yeah. I can't ever quite figure that out with him. How does he get to do that?
Play with the greats?
Yeah, because he's not as great as the guy he plays with, I don't think.
Yeah, well, you know, you see him with Phil Collins, Eric Clapton, all kinds of names. And I don't know.
What'd you think of Peter Frampton as a player?
He's a good guitarist. And, you know, I wasn't a fan of Frampton Comes Alive when it happened back in the 70s.
Yeah.
I didn't really care for it that much. I thought it was a little poppy for me.
Yeah.
But since then, like, I've listened to it. Since then, I acknowledge it as good music. And Peter Frampton has spoken shown the test of time, and he still plays with a lot of good people right now.
You know who Earl Slick is?
I sure do.
What do you think of him?
Let me see.
I've
Earl
never heard
Slick.
of
David
people.
Bowie.
Oh,
You're too young.
okay. Yeah, I was just about to say.
Played with Bowie.
Um,
On the Station to
Bob.
Station album.
okay.
How about Steve Vai?
Well, I've been listening to him since he played with Zappa back in the 70s.
Yeah.
And now he does some amazing stuff. He plays with Frank's son, Dweezil,
Yeah.
a lot.
I
And when they
Yeah.
go ahead.
I could never stand that Frank Zappa shit.
Yeah, it's an acquired taste. You know, the musicianship, they were all top-notch musicians
Even him?
doing this. Frank
Yeah.
Zappa? They say a lot of the, I don't know. He's not my favorite guitarist. I just like some of the music he does.
Oh.
I never thought of his solos as anything same caliber as like Jimmy Page, and the melodies and the stuff that he does. Jimmy Page is a lot more superior, if you ask me.
So,
But he did demand the best musicians play with him, and the music he created, which was some really, really intricate stuff. Like, he knew his music.
How about
So-
Robin Trower?
Good guitarist.
What are you going to say,
Really
Michelle?
good.
who's Mark? So, who's your favorite guitarist?
Who are my favorite? Well, right now, I listen a lot to a fellow named Derek Trucks. As far as he's probably the best slide player in the world. He was an Allman Brother, and now he plays with his wife Susan Tedeschi, and they have a band called Tedeschi Trucks. And I listen to everybody from Joe Bonamassa to I still listen to the old greats like Robin Trower and
Jeff Beck.
Jeff Beck, Gary Moore. I listen to a lot of them. So that's a hard question, Michelle.
Okay.
Yeah, I could go on and on.
How about Eric Clapton?
Well, you know, a lot of people argue, oh, he's not that great of a guitarist. Everybody can do what he does. But he did a lot of that for the first time before anybody did it. And he does play with a lot of feel. But as far as calling him the best guitarist there is, I don't see that. I don't agree with that.
Jimi Hendrix.
Oh, Jimi Hendrix he's good.
Yeah. Again, I think a lot, when he died, he took a lot of his greatness that he didn't, like, in his live performance, it was the way to see him. And that was, you could no longer do that anymore. And the world lost a huge thing that day.
Poetic Justice. Who's Eric? Is that like a musician, or are you talking about Eric Clapton?
Yeah.
I don't know. Poetic Justice is talking about.
You know Eric Clapton, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it is good.
Yeah,
You
so
see guys on YouTube, man, living with their fucking mom. They're 50 fucking years old. They're just as good as these guys. Fucking work at a stop and go.
oh, you see 14-year-old Chinese kids that can whip any of these guitars.
Isn't that crazy?
With their own stuff.
Yeah, there's some kids on there that can. What'd you think of Eddie Van Halen?
He was a really good guitarist and revolutionary. I wasn't ever a fan of Van Halen, the band.
Yeah.
I thought, I don't know what I thought about them, but I didn't listen to them back in the day.
Yeah.
And I don't really listen to them now either.
Yeah.
I don't play them hardly ever.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You get a
But he
lot
was a
of
great-
people thinking these people are great guitarists, but get them in front of other great guitarists. That's who I want to know what they have to say.
Yeah. I mean, there's a thing on YouTube where they get, the lead solo from Stairway to Heaven.
Yeah.
Well, they do an interpretation of what it would sound like if Eddie Van Halen did that lead solo. Did you see that one? And the other one, I think it was Eric Johnson, if he interpreted the solo. And they went ahead and did it in the style. And it was pretty interesting.
Yeah, I'll check. Is that on YouTube? Yeah, I'll check that out.
Yeah, it's worth checking out. They also, the guitar that Jimmy Page used to play Stairway to Heaven.
That double neck thing?
Yeah, a lot of people think that he used that, but he didn't in the studio. He used a Fender Jazzmaster, I think it was, and that's what he used for the lead solo of
Really?
Yeah, and everybody thinks he used that double neck because that's what he used in the movie The Song Remains the Same. Remember that movie? That's why everybody has that misconception. But no, he actually used a Fender, not a Gibson.
How about Zakk Wylde?
He's pretty wild. One time he played with the Allman Brothers, and the Allman Brothers didn't invite him back after that.
Seriously?
He turned Whipping Post into a 35-minute song. 30 minutes of it was lead solo.
Probably drunk.
Oh, I don't know. That guy really extrapolated. He could really, really keep playing and playing and playing.
How about Dimebag Darrell?
I didn't really get exposed to a lot of his stuff, but I hear he was good.
I heard like a lot of like the celebrities and stuff are just like when they turn to drugs and everything, they just like coping with like illnesses and whatever. You know, that's what I
Yeah.
heard with a lot of celebrities and stuff like that. They're working of some kind of addiction or, pills.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
I never would have thought it would have killed Prince and Tom Petty.
I, it's, I,
Yeah.
I
Sad.
there are some people that I was like, yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. It's crazy, man. Looking for an escape.
Yeah, well, they're suffering. They usually that's why they call like artists like that's what they love about them is they're like these suffering souls that like write this music that like almost everybody can relate to. You know what I mean?
This fentanyl thing, you think you would put the fear of God in drug
No.
takers. People
Hey,
that,
man. Hey, Mark. I've been down to Detroit interviewing prostitutes.
yeah.
One dies, and the roommate tries to find the person they bought it from to try the drug. They'll just be more careful with it.
Wow.
Oh, because it's so
Yeah.
good, it killed
Yeah.
them.
So good it kills them.
Yeah,
Fucking crazy,
shit.
man.
But
That's yeah.
that's how addiction like that's what you think about is your addiction constantly.
Yeah.
But if you could be walking into a door of death, I mean, I don't know.
People
I
will
guess
do anything
there's no
for
common sense.
people will do anything for drugs. Are you kidding me? They'll do anything. They'll prostitute themselves. They'll steal. They'll, that's just how it is. When you're addicted to something, that's what you care about is, it's a cycle. Complete cycle.
Well,
Yeah, it's crazy, man. Addiction.
Yeah.
so what's up with exploring, Tom? You got anywhere down in Georgia you haven't seen
Not
yet?
really. No, not really. I lived down here once before a long time ago. Tomorrow I'm going
Yeah.
to the Greek Orthodox Church Festival.
Oh, cool.
I'm going to get a big old gyro.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I've pretty much, I love all these small towns. I've been around here a lot anyway,
Now, out there, do they have like a lot of festivals or like
Fuck
do they have
yeah.
any do they have like culture festivals out there too?
Huge. I'm
Yeah.
only 50 miles from Athens, University of Georgia, and I'm only 90 miles from Atlanta, which is great. 90 miles from Macon, 50 miles from Augusta. So I got all sorts of shit to do.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is time of fall fairs now. Everybody's having
Yeah, I like
their
those fall fairs. I like that
Me
Greek
too, I love-
food too.
Okay.
Greek food,
Yeah.
eh?
A lot of Greeks in Canada.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Now, in that little town you live in, do you have any good places to eat or not really?
It's loaded.
Good.
It seems it's just loaded with the main strip has everything you can think of. It's incredible. And then cuisine after that, like specialty restaurants.
Got any good Chinese?
I haven't tried any of them yet here in town, but I hear that there's a couple of good ones. Yeah.
Oh, good. Now, does your girlfriend come to your playing gigs?
No, not very often.
Oh, okay.
No, that doesn't happen.
All right.
I think that, she's been to a few of them
Yeah.
in the past, but now it's, I guess she's seen so many of them that she's been there and done that. And she hears all the recordings. Like when I record, I usually bring a tablet with me to rehearsals and record, and I catch shit on it, whatever I can.
Yeah.
And she hears the different recordings.
Oh, gotcha.
And critiques through there, but that's about it.
Oh, okay.
I make a lot of noise, Tom. If I'm not listening to some sort of music here or analyzing it, I'm usually playing it.
Yeah.
It's usually in one form or another. Music is usually being played in this household.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. I think I like noise a lot too because I can't sleep unless I use that rainy torrential
Yeah,
downpour on steel roof
yeah,
for
yeah,
tin roof. I use that one on YouTube. It's a 10-hour loop, or I don't know how big the loop is. Probably shallower, but it's 10-hour nonstop, and I usually calibrate how much sleep I'm getting through it because I just look and see how many hours have gone by when I wake.
oh, okay.
If I feel I haven't got enough sleep, then I'll just go back and lay back down again.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Each his own.
That's right.
Yeah,
We got to get Michelle a good hobby.
I have hobbies. I just can't afford. I can't afford the hobbies that I want, so
Yeah,
I settle with. Let's see. I have a ball of yarn, and I knit, and I cook, and I do stuff like that. That's cheap and doesn't put anything in the hole
yeah,
anymore. But yeah, sure, there's hobbies I'd love to try, but it's a money thing. You know how it
yeah,
is, Tom. You know
yeah,
how it is. I'm sure those girls that were poor and this and that, I'm sure they would love to have hobbies, but they don't have money. So if you don't have money, you can't have,
yeah,
it's not like I can go out and buy a guitar or, drum set or have
yeah,
things. It's just not there. It's not feasible for me right now. So
yeah.
it is what it is. You
Right.
can't you can't always get what you want.
That's right. You're telling me.
Yeah, but Tom, your wants are a little, I don't know. It's a little over the top.
Yeah.
But I
Uh,
mean, you know, it's nice if you do have the money and you can, you know, buy that
yeah.
stuff. That's cool.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Oh, that's cool.
so you're going to a Greek? What was it
Yeah,
again? A
Greek
Greek
Orthodox
church?
Church Festival.
Yeah. Oh, cool.
Yeah. I just go there to get something to eat, check it out.
Yeah. We have something in Toronto called what's it called? The Caravan, and they open pavilions of the different um, ethnic pavilions around the different sections around
Oh,
Toronto,
okay.
and all the major countries are represented, and you go and you eat their food, you watch their dances, you look at artifacts, and then you move on. You go to the next pavilion.
Yeah.
And they've been doing this for years now, and they're pretty good.
Oh, cool.
Especially some of them turn into real parties, like the Greek one, and we have a Greek section in the East End, and every night turns into it's a big like fun bash.
Cool. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. And party.
Yeah,
Tom, Mr. Partier.
That's right. Look good on their website.
how far?
55 miles, Augusta.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I get there fast, though, because can haul ass down 20. Yeah.
hey, that was an interesting upload you did of the. I guess she was a hooker nodding out
Yeah.
at the doorway of the hotel room.
Yeah.
So,
I thought, is this new? And then I looked, and there was the crack in the windshield of the Safari.
But I
or
had never uploaded that.
No, I guess not.
No, I think
The way you
that's
just-
not, yeah. You know what happens is I've got all this shit I've done in these years on hard drives, and I just start going through looking at different shit, and I didn't like catalog it the greatest. I never thought I'd have anybody watching YouTube. I was just fucking around saving my stuff. So I'll click on these folders and see these files, and I've got to play them a little bit because you can't tell by the thumbnail. And that's how I found that. And that's how I upload those older videos sometimes, is I'll be going through these
Right.
folders, and this stuff will come out, and it's like, fuck it, I'll just upload this one again.
Yeah,
That's how
yeah,
it
yeah,
is, like the Becky one and shit like that.
So,
yeah,
so,
yeah.
Tom, what I want to know, with you being around the working girls and, the homeless and everything,
Yeah.
what did you take from what you didn't know about like addiction and everything? Like, what did you learn just by being out there interviewing, like just being in that surrounding? Like,
Well, I
was there
learned
anything?
it was way more miserable than I thought it would be.
Okay.
And I learned that there are people out there in that have no interest at all in changing. And you
Right.
gotta understand that and respect it.
Yeah.
And
Did
I learned this power of addiction, man. It'll take good people
yeah,
and turn them against their
everything, right?
friends, their employers, their neighbors, their spouses, their children. And
Yeah.
and I learned this. I'd say the number one thing is that I learned that, all the people that don't do this shit and they want to save them and why don't you go to rehab and all these ignorant fucking questions because they don't know any better. I learned that once you tap that well of heroin, there's never going to be anything in your life that good. A loving
Well,
relationship, a nice house, a lot of money, a good car. Nothing is going to make you feel good like that did. Which is
I
why so
Yeah.
many are more willing to roll the dice of maybe I'll die.
do
It's
you
worth it to them.
no, do you think that maybe they could come up with a better like rehab solution for these people, like where it's
No,
not as intense?
no, I think rehab. I mean, honestly, I'll take my personality as an example. I
Okay.
think if I'd ever got into that, I would have been one of the people that wasn't interested in rehab. It's just like, fuck it. I'm 50 years old. Shit makes me feel, it's like 25 times better than the best sex you ever had. I don't have any bills. Yeah, I'm not eating very well. I'm living outside. But I'm just going to ride this fucking horse until it's lights out. That going and getting a nice wife and a nice house and cleaning up and getting rid of all of my diseases and working full time seems super fucking boring compared to getting fucked up every day on heroin.
Right, because you have to like relearn like
Yeah,
how
it's like who wants
to.
to, and there's some people that's in the cards for some people. That's what, movies are made out of and addiction books are written about and people are
Right.
advertising. But, you know, first of all, like, I struggled with my own depression. And I think
Right.
what got me really in the shit bucket big time where I didn't want to come out of it, there were a couple times in my life where I didn't want to get better because I knew what better entailed. It entailed more shit, nicer stuff, fucking airplanes or shit like that. Some fucking broad I'd get tired of in a couple years. Another business that I was successful at. I didn't fucking want it anymore. I
So it
didn't
was
want to get better.
so it
So
was
that's what rehab would offer a personality like me. Been there, done that. When you're coming up in the experience for the first time, it's like, oh, this is great. I'm successful. I got this, I got that. But after you've been through it a couple times, like I have, and you're getting high and fucked up and you got no responsibilities and there's no expectations, you've succumbed to going nowhere in a weird, fucked up way. There's comfort to that.
well,
The
right. If it's
struggle's over.
well, the thing is too is it's like it's a habit, right? So
Yeah.
like they say to like when I quit smoking cigarettes, um, it wasn't even the addiction that really sucked. I mean, yeah, it kind of sucked. It was something I had to deal with,
Yeah, the habit.
like the physical, but the habit was the hardest to break.
Yeah.
Because like
Yeah.
we're so used to like, oh, okay, like after dinner I'll have a cigarette, or like, oh, okay, if I'm in the car, like, really like it was almost like, wait a minute, now I have to find different things to do now and keep myself busy. I actually started running just to, you know, waste time basically. Like we have to start filling everything up,
I
you
don't
know.
think you'd have thought that though if you were on heroin.
No, well, no, well, wait, I'm not comparing.
No, I know you're not, but I'm just saying that
Right.
fucking shit is like, I
That,
never fucked with it, but I've
oh,
talked
I
to enough
won't.
people that have, and I mean, you can imagine a feeling 25 times better than the best sex you ever had. Nothing compares to it. It's even better than that. It's like a level above sex.
I mean,
Yeah, that's one I never played with. I
Well,
was
no, man,
scared.
that's the beginning of the end. There's people that get off it, but even the rich people like Eric Clapton and those guys, look at the bullshit and the expense. If you got a fucking endless money, you can get people to babysit you, and you got every toy in the world, and you can take up flying or trout fishing or some shit.
yeah,
But when
like
you're
you have
50 years old and at rock bottom and a heroin addict,
right.
your chances of coming back and living a lifestyle like you think would be attractive is damn near zero. So you
Yeah,
just ride that
before.
fucking horse until it's tits up.
Yeah,
I mean,
do what you know.
I mean, it. I don't know.
It's true.
Yeah, I mean it's crazy, man. And it's a mental and a physical addiction.
Well, that is as well as alcoholism too. Alcohol is a very physically
Yeah,
addicting. People don't realize it at first because it's so mainstream. So it's so mainstream because you see it everywhere, right? There's bars
yeah,
everywhere. People are,
yeah.
So like you grow up kind of with this feeling like, oh, okay, like alcohol's all right. But then like when you start to, if you do it regularly, then to come off of it, I've seen people come off of alcohol like shaking and freaking. You
Fuck
gotta
yeah,
watch it. You have to watch it. Like you have to like
yeah,
almost go to rehab, like go and check yourself into a hospital for a couple days.
yep. That's it.
Yeah, it can be alcohol can be scary to come off of
It's a
Yeah,
miserable life.
seizures and all
Yeah,
kinds of shit.
yeah, it was crazy. I knew a couple people personally, and it wasn't pretty. And I never thought to myself because I think everybody's known a functioning alcoholic before, right? I'm sure we've all ran into people we just either didn't know or maybe we did know that they had a problem. So like you never think that it's that bad for you,
my dad,
until
my my dad drank a fifth a day for 45 years and never missed a day of work.
well, that's what I'm saying. There's many people like who
Wow.
can still go to work. I've seen it like people drink, like on like I've seen that happen, and it's just like it's crazy to me. It just boggles like it's a really sad addiction, but it's not as I don't think that they talk about it so much because um it's so it's so mainstream and it's so like accepted, you know, like drinking and this and but there is help for people out there too with that, it doesn't have to
Yeah,
necessarily be I mean heroin I don't want to even know about because I've heard so many
no, that's like that's the beginning of the end.
but
Yeah, it would
you're right, at least with
definitely.
people like with money they have like this hope like, oh well maybe if
Resources.
right resources they have more, hope to get out of it, but it's horrible.
Keith Richards described coming off of heroin as, well, it's only 3 days of climbing the walls, and then you start to feel better.
Yeah,
But
probably.
honestly,
That's what he said.
I've known people to come off of alcohol and they're totally different. Like, not even, you know, the same person that they were before. And they're
Yeah,
it's weird. So, like, I've seen it. I've seen recovered people, and
yeah,
I dated somebody with a drug problem and it was like hell, because
yeah,
when you're on drugs, you hide it. You're very secretive.
yeah,
Everything else goes to the wayside. Even people who try to help you and,
yeah.
want the best for you, you don't listen to them, You
Right.
don't.
You get on that fucking heroin, you could give a fuck about your kids.
Oh, I'm sure.
That's the thing about it. You don't care about
No.
anything when you're on those.
Yeah, and it usually stems from mental illness. That's why people go to
Yeah.
take drugs. It's usually goes together, you know.
But you could give heroin to someone that didn't have any mental illness at all. It'd fuck their life up just like
Oh,
someone that did. It's
oh,
the worst shit out there.
for sure. Like I'm not gonna question that.
You know? I mean, look at these fucking zombies in fucking Kensington. Now they're taking some kind of fucking elephant tranquilizer or something, mixing it with some shit. Looks
Yeah.
like they're dead standing up.
Yeah. I know the undead.
Yeah, there's certain things that I just won't do, you know, I can't. Like because like I told you, I've dealt personally with people with um drug, drug issues,
Yeah.
and it's a sad thing, and like I learned the hard way by actually like being in their lives and everything and trying to help, but like you can't because that's what they care about at that moment. You know what I mean? They don't care
Yeah.
about you. They don't care about,
Right.
your future. They don't care about whatever.
Yeah.
So sometimes you just gotta let them be, and they might come
Yeah.
around, you know?
There's only one type addict that I think I could ever have a relationship with. One that was
So,
addicted to
okay, I
sucking
already,
cock.
I was just, right.
I didn't even see that coming.
I tried to get it in there as quick as I could. So
Yeah, that was good timing
thank
on
you,
that.
thank you. And unfortunately, I guess there's some somewhere. And sad to say, I've never run into one.
Yeah.
You talk about a match made in heaven, Michelle.
Oh,
Mail
gee.
order bride.
I'll
I'm gonna
give
have to go for second place. I think my
okay.
second thing is, I just hope that when it's time, as you would say, when the good Lord says time's up for me, I hope it's a massive fucking stroke on top of an 18-year-old mail order bride.
Oh my God. Tom, you never listen.
Shit, yeah.
But you know what, Tom?
Huh.
You aren't the first person I've heard that from ever, so I mean, I'll give you that much.
Yeah, it's every guy's deep, dark fantasy. Even your husband, he knows
Oh,
better than to bring that shit up in some marital therapy because it just kind of puts your fucking success rate on the back burner. So no matter how much antidepressants and Jew psychiatrists you see, that motherfucker's buried for good.
I mean, I think, Tom, you just say it how it is. You know what I mean? Like, I think you
Yeah,
say what a lot of people think, but just
fuck yeah.
don't,
I,
you know.
yeah, they can't afford to say it. They got kids and you want to embarrass. I don't have anybody to embarrass. I'm not running for office. I don't need a job. So,
I'm
I
not
got
running
the
for
liberty. I
office.
can get away with this. All right. Fuck, believe me,
Hey,
I thought this my whole
hey,
goddamn life, and I just started
hey,
saying it about 20 years ago.
hey, you could be like me who like did everything by the book and this and that and still can't get a job and everything else.
Yeah,
So I mean, it really
the
doesn't
fucking
matter.
world's weird now, man. There's all
I don't.
sorts of
Yeah.
qualified people out there working at a fucking dollar store. And then you watch the news and they say, well, there are jobs all over. Yeah, fuck you. Low paying jobs,
I don't. Yeah, I don't believe everything that I see on TV.
casino jobs, and all this fucking horse shit. $11 an hour. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
fucking, these Starbucks, same shit. I mean, they pay a couple more dollars an hour than everybody else, and you can be a gay and they pay your insurance with you and your lover. I mean, they only do that because that's what they get. First of all, they're selling a fucking 20-cent cup of coffee for $8. Nobody else is doing this shit. So they can afford to, bring in a better class of people because they're not going to compete with anybody else. The gas station's not doing that shit.
right.
So yeah, that's a little odd niche market where you just get these crazy fucking marketing to get people pay 25 times more than it's worth, and then you
Hmm.
get a
Yeah.
better group of employees and blah blah blah. But that fucking Starbucks shit isn't doing as good as it used to.
Well,
Now I'm in a different market now, but man, these ones down here, they're nothing like the ones I used to go to.
right.
Why do you think that is true? Why do you think people are learning?
Well, I think that they did like what everybody does. You're trying to expand your market. And the ones that seem to make it are in congested, yuppie, middle to upper middle income areas. No problem. Got no problem. But they've tried to branch out into areas like east and west of here, where you got a redneck. I mean, he thinks you're ripping him off if he doesn't get a gallon and a half of coffee in a plastic cup with their name on the side of it for $1.25. These
Right,
motherfuckers aren't going in there and paying $8 for a coffee, no matter what you do to it. They
No.
don't give a fuck about being called by their first name, and
Yeah.
And I just think they got into a market now. Like right now, they've got a Dunkin' Donuts they're building across the street from the one that I go to a lot. It's different clientele.
Well,
I mean,
when I worked for both, and I would have to say, I think Dunkin' Donuts catered to more working
lower middle
people.
class.
Yeah, like working class.
Yeah,
And
yeah, that's right.
Starbucks catered more to like college trendy
Yeah,
kids, maybe
yeah.
teenagers.
Yep.
You know,
Professionals.
yeah, because like the college kids, they'd be like, "Oh, I'm ordering a grande," and they feel like
Yeah, and they're
more
fucking around on their laptop.
yeah, like they feel like more intelligent. Like it's
Yeah.
almost like a feeling that you get. We're like Dunkin' Donuts, they're like, dude, I already have a job. I got to get to work.
Yeah, you go to Starbucks, they're all on a fucking $3,000 laptop. You go over to Dunkin' Donuts, they're all on their fucking phone. Different class of people.
Or they're not sitting, they're not just there to like, it's not really like a social thing. It's like, dude, I got to get to work. And
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's it.
like,
yeah.
I already did the college thing.
Yeah,
it's like,
that's
I don't have
it.
time to just,
Nope.
But
that's exactly it.
But I mean, the thing is too is working, working both. Like I mean, I get it, right? So like you have your college kids who like to, have their frappuccinos or whatever else, and their specialty drinks, and
they're nice inside. I'm telling you, my sister owned a bunch of McDonald's, right? And I learned a lot through her owning those.
Right.
And one thing I learned is you could have a McDonald's in a community, a small community like she did, for fucking 30 years. And every time you remodel them in the same small market, your business goes up about 25%. That's because people like to go in like casinos. Nice shit, nice carpet, teak chairs instead of Formica.
Well, I have to tell you that they haven't really remodeled the casinos around where I live. They built one within the past.
That's because
10
it's
years.
getting too competitive. They got everybody online gambling. You can gamble anywhere you want now. Don't even leave your house. That's what killed Tunica and hurt Biloxi and Atlantic City.
Well, that's what I never understood.
And Las Vegas. They were smart, though. They hired a bunch of Jew consultants and turned it into a family destination rather than a place to get blowjobs and gamble.
Well, casinos around here, they really weren't for them. Like they were like in my area, they didn't want to get a casino because there's a stigma with casinos.
Fuck yeah, there is. And not only is there a stigma, there's facts to back up that generally they're no good for an area.
Right.
Bankruptcy goes up.
But the thing is what I'm looking at too is, so they're making it horrible for you to go and basically spend money to play a game, right? That's what you're doing. You're going there, you're playing a game that's fun for you, right?
Yeah.
But that's your decision. So
right.
it's like should we get rid of gas stations because they sell cigarettes and beer, because you might end up
they're working on it.
You might have an addiction and it might lead you to bankruptcy. It's like, where is this world going to? Like,
the world is going to now is the government is going to regulate. See, the only reason they're fucking you smokers is because they've tried taxing your ass into not buying them anymore. That didn't work. So now they're claiming that you cost the healthcare too much money indirectly.
Yeah.
Right. And that we all know that that's not necessarily true. Like I've seen smokers who, and I hate how health, when you have to take healthcare surveys and stuff, it's always like, have you smoked? Have you ever smoked cigarettes? Like,
Fuck
where
yeah.
did what does it matter if I used to smoke cigarettes like 30 years ago? Like, no. Like, I mean, I think that's a violation of,
No, it's
you
not
know,
though. It's a private company. Cleveland Clinic, that big famous hospital in Cleveland? You can't smoke and work there.
Or you can't have,
Nobody.
if you smoke, they won't hire you.
And if they find out you're smoking, they'll terminate you.
Isn't
that's
that
Even
how,
on your
wrong.
own,
See,
you know?
even on your own time.
no, okay, so now you're violating
No,
like
you're not though, because
no,
you're
yes, you
aware of
are.
the rules and procedures before you're hired in. Either you
Right.
accept
No,
it or you
but there
don't. It's
Can't
like
get
but
we
anybody.
do on YouTube. It's like we do on YouTube.
no, what you do on your own spare, like,
Not true.
so so if you're doing something legal, right, which smoking cigarettes,
No, look at
drinking
marijuana. Same
alcohol,
thing. People getting fired in states all over the country where it's legal.
well,
No
think about it.
tolerance.
Well, think about it like this. So, just like drinking beer, wine, or whatever, what company is going to tell you can't drink alcohol, like, if you get home, like, you
I
can't go out
guarantee you
and
there's
get
some of these
arrested.
religious outfits like that.
Okay, so the okay, so in most Christianity, like, it's not a major sin, actually.
Moderation. No, I know.
It
But
so
there's some of them they don't want you drinking. Like the
but
fucking Mormons.
I'm just saying, like, you can't put that's like, um,
It's like being a goddamn swinger. There's people that don't want you working for them either. They can either you agree to it or you don't.
right. I
It's an
mean
employment contract.
the thing is everybody is so worried about their public image, but when everything comes down to it, and we all know this, Tom, you've met a lot of people, I've met a lot of people in my life, different lives, I've met a variety of different people. And all I can say is that everyone's a fucking hypocrite because, and I usually don't swear, I'm sorry, it is ugly. I don't like swearing. But people really need to stop being so hypocritical because everybody has something, right? So everybody has something. And I'm
But
not
being
saying,
hypocritical is different than a company not wanting you to smoke there.
well, no, maybe not wanting you to smoke there,
No, they
but
don't want you smoking at all.
right, but that's a violation of your
No, it isn't.
freedom.
It is not a violation. Because either you agree to it or you don't. They think, this is what Cleveland Clinic says, that it's too much, it's associated with, they're self-insured, creates a lot of extra medical care, and they'd rather have a
Mhm.
group of employees that didn't smoke. And if you don't like it, then we don't want you working there.
Wow. Well,
Yeah.
it's definitely not a place where I would want to work is when they start to like infringe on things that
It's
just
not
about
infringing on it. It's either you agree to it or you don't.
right. Well, that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't work at a place
See,
that
smoking marijuana, people get fired for it all over the country all day long, every day of the week. Zero tolerance, even though it's legal. They don't want you smoking it and working for them.
right. But those same people, like I guarantee you, are okay with alcohol, which I've literally seen people come up off of so like you could drink as much alcohol as you want, but if it came to smoking a cigarette or if it came to, smoking marijuana, like that's a huge no-no, which
Yeah,
it just sounds very hypocritical. Like you either do it like how you said, like you can't do anything at all, or you can have your freedom. It shouldn't be like
yeah, but you're
nitpicking.
contracting to work for a private employer. And as fucked up as it is, don't agree to it if you don't want to do it. There's 10 people out there that don't, that they'd be glad to hire. It's the same thing with depressed people
Right.
and like
Well, I mean,
MMPI tests. If you've got 20 people out there and one's in and out of fucking psych hospitals and on all sorts of antidepressants, and do you want him or do you want the other 19 that are happy all the time?
right, but they also might be happy because they're self-medicating with, alcohol
No,
or
but there
whatever.
are people out
Right.
there that don't.
But that's what I'm saying. Like people,
But I'm
companies.
saying if you come down to 5 people that are doing this and 5 aren't, and you're a private company, you want to pick the best candidate possible, and they're up to them. It's their right. They don't have to hire you. The only
Oh,
thing they
for sure.
can't do is
Oh,
discriminate on you by sex, religion, or race. Other than that, they can do whatever they want. They could tell you they don't want you fucking wearing red shoes to work. They want to.
oh, I know. Oh, I know. But I mean, I'm just saying, like, that would definitely not, like, I mean, I feel that um there can be definitely, like, and like I really don't like this whole thing, like, if you're a smoker or whatever, that like you cost, like, you're just sick more, because I've seen people live just as healthy of lives into their 70s and 80s smoking as compared to a
Most
non-smoker.
aren't, though. I mean, the data is there on smoking. If you took 10,000 people that smoked and 10,000 didn't, the ones that
Most
did would have way
most
more
people
health problems.
most
Definitely.
people that I've known personally who smoked their whole lives, right?
Yeah.
Their health problems didn't come about till after they were retired. That's when it started hitting them. It
What
started
kind of
hitting
health problems?
COPD, like
Oh, there
breathing.
you go, COPD.
Yeah, like
Well,
that's like
okay, but it's still because of smoking.
yeah. Oh no, Tom, for sure. But it was after they already retired and stopped working. This wasn't. I'm not saying there's not people. There's not
Right, but
people
if you
who.
look at bronchitis and high blood pressure, there's a million things associated with smoking that are
Right.
not good for you, for sure. I mean, I don't give a fuck. I don't smoke, but there's no doubt about it that smoking's not good for you.
Yeah,
Right.
And it leads to more medical bills over time.
that's no secret. I mean, remember when we were young, there was ashtrays in the doctor's offices, in the
Yeah.
waiting rooms, in the
Yep.
dentist
Jabo.
office, in the waiting room.
Jabo. I used to be one of those people, by the way, until everything started to hit the fan. So, I mean, I've definitely been on both sides of the spectrum. So, I'm very happy for everybody who is really balanced and emotionally healthy. But, like, the reality is for my situation in life, my whole life situation, it never lasted long. But I am very grateful for the years that I did have those balanced, and I was on my A game in life. But unfortunately, most people don't go through their whole lives like that. So, sorry, go ahead. I just saw some
See, I
comments.
can't see any of the comments or anything. Hey, Jabo.
Oh, yeah, J-Bo's here.
Okay.
Oh, you're on your phone, right, Tom?
Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, for all I know, it's just you, me, and Michelle.
Oh, you didn't see J-Bo? Okay, I'll have to tell
Uh-uh.
you what the comments are
Bopak was
then.
here for a little bit. Are you still here, Bopak? Poetic Justice, Wiki Games is
Oh,
here.
okay. Yeah, I can't see any of that. That's fine. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But I would have said, like, hello if I knew they were here. I just don't see anybody.
I wasn't reading them during this. I was just talking with you guys, so I didn't
Oh,
really keep up on it either.
oh, okay. All right. What
Otherwise,
did Jabo say?
Oh no, J-Bo's been talking she's been talking all along. Oh, she just said, I'll have to read you some of her comments. She was just talking about it's cheaper in the long run for insurance companies if people don't smoke, and
Fuck yeah, it
she
is.
said some people really are balanced and emotionally healthy.
Yeah, it's true. I mean,
And
I'm not
I
one of
no, it's
them, but they're
no,
around.
no, it's absolutely right. And I've been there, so I know it's not like uh
You've been where?
in a balanced and emotionally healthy
Oh, would
place.
that last about a day?
Shut up. It lasted, no, I would say out of my whole life, I think I had like maybe, I don't know, maybe 5 good years split up between my whole life.
Yeah,
So,
girl.
so I mean,
There you go.
I have been there, Jabo, and I feel like if you know people and they're blessed like that, like that's awesome. But like,
It's
there's a
got
lot
nothing
of
to do with being blessed.
it's. I would feel that I felt blessed when I
No,
was.
it's shit fucking luck.
it's, it's not. You mean
They
it's
got
not
they have good genes. It's like, you know why there's 12-point bucks and 4-point.
a 12 point.
You know how genes, it's gene expression. I mean, some
It's
people
not
are
because of.
Hollywood good-looking movie stars. Some never had a date in their life. I mean, it works the same way with behavior.
I mean, so you don't think that your behaviors cause like issues or imbalances in your life,
Fuck
or
yeah. I don't know if it's the chicken or the egg though. I
right?
say, I don't know how I got here. It's just not that good sometimes. I'll probably be in a fucking rubber room again. I'm not like,
Sorry, I don't mean to
thinking it
laugh.
couldn't
I don't mean to
happen.
laugh. If yeah,
No,
you
no,
know
I
me,
don't.
like I'm not
Yeah, it
making.
could happen. I mean, I don't rule it out. Fucking fine with me.
Let's hope not. I
It
think
wasn't that bad, to say the truth. It wasn't that bad.
Did you enjoy? Well, you like
Yeah.
being by yourself
I did
too.
the second time. The first time I didn't.
Oh, okay. Was it a different kind of experience, or
Yeah, some fag was running it that looked like Liberace, always wearing these pink suits, and you could tell it was just a money game and nobody was getting any better.
do
And
you
I was so
think?
fucking high on whatever the hell they were giving me.
Do you,
I
okay?
barely remember it. 2 weeks.
I want to ask you a question
Fucking
here.
coloring books and shit.
Do you?
Fucking making stickman. Stupid ass shit.
Do you
They said I was antisocial. I didn't want to get together in any of the groups. Yeah, you know what? I got tired of playing pin the fucking tail on the donkey 50 years ago.
yeah, wow.
I'm not shitting you, man. I'm fucking trying to keep from blowing my brains out. I'm playing fucking musical chairs on Tuesday. And
Ever, you can't
it's
do
like,
that.
Something's definitely wrong with that picture.
Jesus Christ, man. I said, I'm supposed to be getting fucking better.
So
Time
did
out.
you?
Oh,
So
now
I
I'm going
have
to
a
get a
no.
timeout. I'm
I
60
want.
fucking years old. You want me to go in the corner and look down?
The rabbit kicked the bucket.
So, so
And then Friday, if I'm good, kickball. Oh, yeah. I'm going to be 62.
okay. So I don't know.
Damn.
So
Yeah, I read my fucking notes and the motherfucker went out of the room. He said some shit about what did he say? Antisocial or something.
but
Fucking
I mean,
cocksucker.
in that kind of environment, like I don't think you really want to. I don't think you
Oh, man,
really
this shit
want
was
to
so
be
fucking
social.
stupid. You wouldn't
I
believe
mean,
some of these kooks. I mean, I get
did
depressed, but I'm not crazy. It's a
no,
difference. These
no.
fucking kooks, they'd have you come up there and like talk about, how you want to get better. And these motherfuckers would talk for a week straight. It's just
No.
so boring.
Do you think?
Yeah, it must be.
Do you think that like any of those stints actually like? Did you gain anything from
Yeah,
that, or
second
did
one
you?
I did. The guy that did the most for me, he really did, man. He helped me out and he really like connected with this motherfucker. He just got his medical license taken away because him and his wife were soliciting patients for threesomes.
Wow.
I knew we had a good bond. Paul Sorgie, you can look him up. Sorgie, Michigan. He got his fucking license revoked permanently. I think there's some bullshit going on with that too. I don't know whether he had that fucker. No way would have done that when I knew him. He must have like had a stroke or some shit or got on drugs. There's no way. How could you be a psychiatrist making good money, nice practice, good looking wife, and start doing stupid shit like
No.
soliciting mentally ill people
Okay.
for threesomes?
So
It just doesn't make sense.
So psychiatrists actually like need their own psychiatrist. Can you imagine having a
Yeah,
job?
he's a good guy, man. I love that guy.
I'm not saying he was or wasn't, but what I'm saying is, can you imagine having a job where all day long you just hear
No, and it's
you know,
so boring.
like
It's so super boring. I remember being young, thinking, what a great job to be a psychiatrist, getting like 300 an hour, listening to this bullshit, trying to help these people. But like a career of that, and these fuckers lie at you, and it's like they're their whole world, and like you're just one patient, and you're supposed to devote everything. They go batshit crazy when you don't call them back. I mean, it's just a fucking nightmare deal. They're kooks to begin with. And then you got to listen to their bullshit for an hour. There's just like no dollar amount that could make up for that.
so
Yeah.
do you think maybe he just ended up having like a mental breakdown?
Yeah, fuck, something happened to that poor
from
motherfucker.
listening to all like that's
Yeah.
that's a really hard job to do if you really
Oh,
think about it.
and his wife was his receptionist too.
Oh really?
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know.
she was nice too. There's something in adding up here. But they hung that motherfucker. All the notes and shit are online. Paul Sorgi, great guy.
Well,
Lost his whole goddamn livelihood over this silly shit. And you know, they had the money and the wherewithal. They had a big kick-ass house in Sault Ste. Marie. I mean, they could have imported goddamn escorts or some shit. Why would you do this, man? Especially treating unstable people and you're soliciting them for fucking threesomes.
Yeah,
It doesn't get any crazier than that.
sounds like a setup, even almost.
Yeah, I think it sounded like it did too. But I read through the notes and shit, some of the transcripts on the hearing before they yanked his license. It's like they did this to like more than one person. Fucking yeah, it's like I couldn't believe it.
I mean, I don't know. I can't, say what, or what happened.
Yeah.
But,
I don't know.
I just,
I really like the guy.
I couldn't imagine having that occupation. Those people,
No, it sucks.
They really help people too.
And they're treated as the red-headed stepchildren in medicine. That's the lowest you can go.
Oh yeah.
As a doctor, as a psychiatrist, they're the fucking C- and D+ students.
They're probably like the rebellious kids. They're probably
Yeah, and they couldn't get the good residencies, like neurology or neurosurgery or some shit like that, orthopedic surgeon. Psychiatry is the easiest one of them all. That's where all the flunky guys at the bottom of their class go, because they couldn't get residencies anywhere else.
Well, I mean, I'm not just saying that. They probably had mental illnesses themselves. That's why they went into the practice to begin with, because they
could have. But I mean, there's lots of professionals treating mentally ill people that don't express their own problem. They keep it professional. Fuck, if everybody had to be this like certain person, there wouldn't be any of them around. It's like gynecologists and women. I mean, you think they're in there talking about eating pussy?
Well,
you know better. I mean, it's like they're professionals,
But some people, like if you have a relationship with your doctor or whatever, see, you're looking at it when, and so you have this, especially with like therapists, psychologists, it's almost like freaking you're opening up and being, very whatever with the person, and like I could see where that could cause issues.
Yeah, but if they pound this into your brain in medical school, not breaching this professionalism, and 99.9% of the time it works.
I mean, I've definitely have had close relationships, not like over the top, but like, a decent relationship with my doctor. I mean, it wasn't like we just totally, it was professional, but it was also personal too, because a lot of it is personal.
Yeah.
So I mean, I've definitely seen both sides, and they're just humans, right?
Right.
They're just human beings, so eventually that kind of job has to wear down on a person. I couldn't imagine seeing somebody, let's say, seeing somebody once a week, they freaking crying to me, freaking telling me their life story, this and that, and you see them for like a year or so, like you really know the person. It's kind of
Yeah.
like, I don't know,
Can I ask you something, Tom?
Yeah.
You were saying that some channels recently got taken down.
Yeah. Secular Human, Debbie, Sipping Tea with Sharon V.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that's what I say.
Trash, all the trash channels.
Yeah, I think they're hanging their hat on bullying when they can them.
well, that, and I think they were actually like, what wasn't like a couple of them like doing drugs like too, like around.
Yeah, that fucking stupid secular. He thought he was really cool hanging out with the prostitutes, They treat him like a brother, let's smoke some crack, shit like that. It's a fucking moron.
Secular Human.
Yeah, I think that could have got him. He's a fucking creeper, too.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I know girls down there, prostitutes, right? Sucking dicks for $10. They're dope sick and just would run when they saw him.
Yeah.
He could have had a fucking filet mignon, a syringe full of heroin. They just still try to get away from his creeper ass. He brought fucking Becky a rose one day. She said she thought of smashing him over the head with something.
Wow.
It's just a creeper.
Hmm.
Has anybody, well, as far as Becky goes, has anybody talked to her or
No. She's still
nothing?
down there, though. I know that.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, that's crazy that they're getting rid of channels though. About they probably got strikes put on them.
Yeah, that's what it is. They just
Not
see what happens is a lot of these channels, and I've told them before when they've asked me, they've painted themselves in the corner. Before you know it, all their viewers are based on this crazy, weird, borderline shit. And as time goes on and YouTube has more people to hire and programs to run, they don't want those kind of people around. They finally just got around to getting rid of them.
well.
If you look at
Do you
YouTube
think
stats now, I mean,
do you do you think it was the case where those channels were starting to make money and then
no,
that?
fuck. They don't want those channels. They don't want anything to do with those channels. No, they don't make money at all. None of them. They couldn't buy a fucking Starbucks coffee a month. One a month.
Huh.
You got to have like crazy fucking views to make money on YouTube, like viral shit.
Yeah. Well, Tom, you did pretty good for a little while.
Yeah, I did pretty good. I never expected it, so But you look at me as an example. Like I quit monetizing my things because I'm not checking out all those boxes. Because basically, you're checking away that none of this stuff is in your video, and it's all like the most benign, vanilla shit in the world. So they've got you either way.
Right.
It's like if you upload it or if you don't. So if you don't monetize, that keeps them from sending not only ad revenues where the money's at for YouTube. Well, they don't want to send advertisers to guys like me anymore. So I just skipped the whole fucking thing. Because before I did that, look at it this way. I've got 18,000 videos up, right? You think just randomly that people would click on them enough to like get some money? It actually got down to monetized. It was like 540 a month. It was actually down to like 320 a month. That's with 18,000 videos. So there finally got to be a point where I'd rather have the freedom of uploading what I want and not checking off those boxes and saying, fuck the monetization. But there was about a year there. They were paying me about 10 to 14 grand a month. YouTube's paid me about $200,000 over a 10-year period. But those days are gone.
Wow.
Now, I noticed lately they're sending a lot of shit trying to get me to, like, They're really on this shorts thing now, but there's no money in those either. They don't pay long enough. I shouldn't say I don't monetize, because you can't help it. A short is monetized whether you like it or not. But they're 40-second videos. There's no money in them anyway, but they're just 1,000 more times convenient to do one. But it doesn't pay anything. I mean, I think I got some chump change amount from, and they give you these crazy views. Like I can put up, I know it's all algorithms too, because let's say I put up 10 shorts and 10 were of a fucking just super great content. Buildings building down, airliners crashing, babies flying out the window, all that kind of shit. And then the 10th one is the end of a pencil eraser. And I just put that up accidentally, didn't realize I did it. All of a sudden, you'll wake up in the morning, the 9 ass kickers haven't done shit, and the pencil erasers got 265,000 views. And it's the worst video possible. So, that's something, you can't quite really figure out what's what. That's what's so depressing with people starting channels. It's got nothing to do with how good you are, your content. It's whether or not they promote you. And for a while, guys like me were what they were looking for. Well, it's the opposite of that now. They want to get rid of guys like me, which is why they give me chicken shit strikes for medical books that they claim that I'm spreading false medical information, which is just nonsense. I didn't write them. Somebody else did. And I wasn't even talking about the content.
Yeah, that was.
So they're always keeping you on that, knife edge of like you're on the verge of getting your channel kicked. So with the channels that I mentioned that just got terminated, it's a no-brainer why they're gone. They don't make any money for YouTube. YouTube doesn't want them around. And as time goes on, it's going to get worse. It's slowly turning into the Disney Channel. Hunting channels, they don't want impact shots anymore. In other words, I'm not into hunting. But if you're looking at a deer channel, now you can't show where the bullet hits the deer. Airplane crashes, they don't want the moment of impact. So it's slowly, they don't want drug talk, even where drugs are legal. I can't even go on and do a monetized video about Prozac and how much it helped me, even though my doctor wrote me a prescription for it. So it's all going to vanilla,
That's so
general bullshit.
I think that's so weird in a sense because, like, a lot of people, like influencers and stuff, you'll see them and they'll like promote, like, oh, this, this pill or this tea or whatever helped me, lose
Well,
weight.
so yeah, if you look at a lot of these things,
No, Tom, think about it like this. If you were to Google like Ozempic, right? There's tons of people like documenting their weight loss surgery on this or their weight loss on this new drug, and that's okay, and they're getting tons of views for
that's
it.
it.
So I really
But
think
you'll
it's
see a lot of people like these influencers, they're fucking them too. That's why a lot of channels now that used to make money. See, if I was like looking for the money on it, I'd do it too. What they're trying to do is shift the burden on you. They want paid subscriptions, Patreon, commercials coming up from paid advertisers, sponsorships. They want other people paying you now, not them.
Right.
That's what happened to that soft white underbelly guy. I mean, he's basically begging. He was killing it for a while.
Yeah.
Now he's basically begging you to join for $20 a month, hoping he retains his viewership because he has so much money sunk into his channel.
Where's he based again? Atlanta or something like that?
I don't know where he's at. I thought he was out east, but I'm not sure. Yeah, it's not worth it. And I've noticed even like on some channels that have done bad that didn't do any of this bad shit, they're not really doing that great anymore either. So I don't know what the deal is. There were a couple families that they were promoting, like the mom and the dad sang and the kids played the drums and the baby fucking slammed a fucking kazoo against the wall. And, they were getting crazy views, but they seem to have quit promoting that type stuff for some reason. And I don't know why.
Yeah.
And you'll notice anything with kids on it now, it's almost, no matter who's uploading them, they disable the comment section.
Oh.
Yeah. Which, who knows why they do what they do.
Well,
And like with me once in a while, like it happened to me with the prostitute interviews too. They'll take a video, like I got one up now, a Cleveland Clinic helicopter. I've been getting like 30,000 views a week or some crazy shit.
Oh yeah,
It's an 8-year-old video. Why?
yeah. You're promoting it somewhere.
Yeah. I just don't get it. I
You
mean,
know,
if you offered me $1 million, I couldn't tell you how to make a viral video tomorrow.
that's like the luck has to hit you.
Yeah, luck has to hit you.
You know that video we just talked about with the prostitute nodding out at the doorway of the motel?
Yeah.
They shut the comments off on that, or did you?
I did. Because
Oh,
I knew it was going to happen on that. I was going to get a bunch of stuff on videoing a person under that condition, total exploitation.
yeah. You
Who
went.
is that? And what I do now, too, I even have people putting comments on other videos saying that where was that hotel? So now I made it a policy that I don't answer questions on one video that were derived from another. So you
Right.
can't go on a video, and that just shuts them off. The bottom line is it's none of their fucking business.
Well, why do you? I mean, there's still channels that do that with like the prostitution. You know, they still end up
Yeah,
being-
but they're not getting money for it.
really.
No. They're getting views, but not like the old days. You look at my videos, all my viral videos are prostitute videos. That'll never happen again. No way. They don't even want you talking to homeless people.
Do you think they're just trying to like protect like the vulnerable population?
No, nothing to do with that. I think what they're trying to do is it just got turned down by the Supreme Court, Article 203, which makes YouTube not liable for third-party content. So if I went on tomorrow and I said, hey, Mark's an asshole, this is where he lived, you ought to go over there and take a fucking machete and cut his head off. If that happens, they're not liable. Well, that was looking like it was going to change for a while. Actually, there's a senator in Minneapolis, a liberal, believe it or not, that thought that this shit was just fucking crazy and they needed to be accountable for the stuff that they allowed to be on a social media platform. And the Supreme Court didn't want to hear it. So they're golden again. They're not liable for anything anybody uploads. But what they do want to do, see, their money comes from digital advertising. And for a while there, they didn't want dope talk, then they didn't want sex talk and impact talk and hunting bullets, hitting deer and all this shit. So what they've done is they've put the burden on the creator now. What they're trying to turn it into is not babysitting everybody. And they can take all this digital advertising and say, hey, look, when we're paying you $4,400 a month for digital advertising, even though Tom Reed's prostitute videos are interesting and get a lot of attention, we don't want our Bible camp coming up in the middle of him asking somebody how much blowjobs are going for. And I kind of get that. So what they're doing is trying to make it all vanilla so that it's safe out there for any of the ads to come up on any of the videos without any of the digital advertising people calling and saying, hey, what in the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
That's the best thing I can come up with.
Yeah. Makes
You know, I
sense.
mean, you got to think about it too. I mean, I like doing it. I think it's interesting. It's like reality TV. But if I had, if I was advertising aluminum garage doors or canoes, I'm not so sure I'd want my expensive digital advertising coming up in the middle of me asking how much blowjobs are in Detroit.
Yeah.
It's their platform. They can do what they want. But of course, I don't like it.
You never asked them how much blowjobs were.
Yeah, I did.
You did.
Yeah, at the beginning I did, but I could see going into a couple years, what happened is, see those viral videos, they all eventually went uncompensated, which is why I didn't keep getting $14,000 a month. What they would do is give me the yellow dollar sign, which is right next to demonetization. And what that means is my content is not suitable for most advertisers, which meant that the only people that got to see those that they recommended were YouTube premium subscribers. Well, that ain't shit. For a while, there were only 20 million of them. I mean, I had a hard time getting views when the whole world had access to the video. So when you got the yellow dollar sign, it took all the money. It went from $14,000 a month and took everything down to $600 a month because they didn't think my stuff was suitable, which I kind of agree with.
Well,
And let me tell you, there's YouTube and nothing else. There's other places like YouTube out there. They're not worth a fuck. The
Yeah.
search engine sucks. You can't find anything.
YouTube's amazing. It really is.
Yeah, it really is.
And for all the little intricacies to it,
Yeah, yeah.
it operates like a good machine. I mean, there's not a lot of glitches.
No, they you know, I forget what it is now. It's some staggering amount of fucking uploads per day.
Wow.
You know, fucking 40 billion videos or some shit. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Nobody's ever going to catch up to him. Nope. Unless, but that's why I think that Article 203, they thought there was a chance of this shit getting upheld at the Supreme Court, and that once, man, if they'd have been liable for third-party content, that would have been a game changer for them. They'd have had to get rid of fucking their bread and butter. But it didn't. The Supreme Court decided not to hear it, so they're golden again. As long as you can't get sued by these jackoffs uploading this shit, who gives a fuck? You're printing money.
Well, the thing is, right? So, with some of like the gossip channels and stuff, you can go after people for defamation. You can legally.
Yeah, you can, but it doesn't affect YouTube. And those are
Well-
hard cases to prove. And I'll tell you why. Because you have to show damages.
Well, I mean, like,
That's
Let's-
hard to do.
Mhm.
You can't just be mad that they did it. You have to, like, lose a job, be demoted, have your house spray painted, start seeing a psychiatrist, be unable to work, get divorced, start beating one of your kids. You have to show and prove damages. That's the hard part. So they're damn near impossible to prevail on. Unless you got a shit ton of money. And once YouTube's off the hook, it's back to printing fucking laying golden eggs again. But it didn't seem to go away totally. Now they actually seem to care about people getting bullied, even if you're 60 years old. And if you look at their terms of service, I mean, it covers everything, man. When you upload a video, and even when you're doing a live, you got to check all this shit. Was it this? Was it that? Could somebody be offended? Does this show violence? Does it show fucking sex trafficking? I mean, you're checking off on fucking everything, which basically they can get rid of you for any reason whenever they fucking feel like it.
Well, I mean, anything could offend anybody. And,
Yeah,
like,
that's
you
it.
could,
But
like,
it's vague. It's vague. All what you want to hope it doesn't offend is fucking YouTube. Fuck everybody else. Because if they get pissed at you, I've come close to getting my channel terminated a couple times for like the stupidest shit. And they taught me I'm like dog training, right? I fucking changed my behavior.
Mhm.
I shut the fuck up about what a blowjob costs, and I don't ask anything about heroin anymore. And to be honest with you, when I interview these homeless people, I tell them right out of the fucking chute, no drug talk.
And don't forget, you edited all your past videos.
Yeah. What you'll find, though, sometimes you'll find the same video of the unedited one
Oh, yeah.
and the edited one. But if you look at the numbers, the unedited ones never did shit.
so as far
The
as
edited ones, I mean, where I cut out the drug talk. It's interesting.
Yeah.
So as far as like the homeless in Georgia, is it like the same kind of like ordeal
Yeah.
as in Detroit? Same,
Yeah.
same.
And
basic.
honestly, I don't find homeless anywhere near as interesting as prostitutes. I just don't.
I mean,
Yeah. Neither do I to watch. I do find them interesting, but
Yeah, not as much.
but- no.
I mean, there's
kind of
just something about a young, pretty girl like doing this and talking about it.
Yeah.
like what I can't gather is Well, there was the one guy that you interviewed, and I think he was like in a wheelchair. He was homeless. And I'm just wondering like how that happens with like you know, disabled people. Like how
A
do
lot of
disabled
those guys, a lot of these people live somewhere, kind of. You know, here and there. A lot of with this since COVID, there's a lot of deals struck at hotels. There's a lot of permanent residents at hotels now.
really?
Yeah. You know,
Mm.
especially like Super 8s, Red Roof Inns. You're not going to find them at Holiday Inn Pluses and Hamptons and shit like that. But anything's better than nothing. And they
Right.
cut them deals. And if you're in a real liberal town with a lot of money like Ann Arbor or Madison, Wisconsin, you got people that are helping fund places for people to stay. And yeah.
Our friend Chris Leclerc lives in a motel in Brand.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, there's going to be a lot more people like that, dude. It's just the way it is nowadays.
I know there's a couple of hotels in my area. They're like for permanent and they're nice too, and they're for residents. Like people actually stay there, but they're like actually nice hotels.
Yeah, you
here.
mean like extended stays?
Yeah, like extended. Well,
Yeah,
some
but
of them.
that's like somebody coming in and reworking someone's IT program. You know, like a legit businessman.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the quasi dives. Those are the
Um.
ones that are working deals with the homeless,
mm,
and they trade services. They clean the place and paint the eaves troughs and all that shit. And you'll find they're always in the back corner because they're still trying to juggle these balls in the air, making the fucking business fly. So you got 10 fucking heroin addicts living in the back or 5 homeless people. And then you use the front section or the upstairs for the legitimate businessman or person traveling. You don't want them crossing paths with them at the pop machine.
Hmm.
You know, last thing you need is 30 ratings that, you know, you went to get a fucking box of Cheez-Its at night and we're standing next to 2 people that look like serial killers. You know, they're pretty, they do what they can. It's tough being in any kind of business now. And lodging is like, God damn. You know, if you're an Indian, you'd rather have 5 homeless people paying $40 a night than those rooms empty. Especially when you can isolate them from the general population.
I mean, the thing is too is it's like, you know, I've met people like when you first meet somebody, like you could think like anybody was homeless. You know what I mean? It
Yeah.
doesn't necessarily
The
mean that they're
definition of homeless is no permanent place to stay.
right. But I mean, I've met people who, if I didn't know their situation, like I would have never thought that they were homeless.
No, right.
Know?
But a lot of people, like, they fit the definition of homeless, but they're staying at friend's house. And a lot of those prostitutes do that. You know, it's a blowjob to sleep on somebody's couch or, you know, an extra hour to fund a hotel for the night.
That's just crazy. That whole
It is.
world.
It's a shitty life, man. It sucks. Life's terrible.
Yeah.
I can't think of anything worse than a drug addicted, heroin addicted prostitute in a big city. It's terrible. And not only that, this isn't just like escorts or high class call girls. This is like a 30-year clientele. Beats you, pisses on you, pulls your hair, slaps you. It's not normal sex. It's degrading, humiliating torture. And when you get beat up, the cops don't even come. If you get killed, run over, stabbed, or murdered, they don't spend 10 minutes on an investigation.
Well,
Yes. It's the way it is, man. Crazy.
Crazy. That's
It's
for
a
sure.
shitty life, man.
Yeah. Oh, no doubt. And then having to chase the monkey every
Oh
day.
yeah, big time. I mean, it's hard to admit to people being better off dead, but man, sometimes you have a hard time coming up with a better idea. It's just living torture.
That's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, look
It's-
at Becky. I mean, she is like the fucking Navy SEAL version of street prostitutes.
Yeah, no kidding.
I mean, she's been doing this shit for like 20 years.
Yeah.
She's probably shot fucking heroin 10,000 times.
she's a veteran.
Yeah. And like outside, people running over her tent with their fucking car and beatings and their dead guys next to her when she wakes up in the morning.
Yeah.
Well, she's so focused on just
Getting
into-
high.
Yeah, she's so focused
Fucking
on it.
A
That
right.
It keeps her going. It keeps her going. She like loves it so much. It's like I gotta get up so I can,
Yeah, that's exactly right. They'll do anything for a fix.
Oh, I believe that.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, 20 years is a long time to live that.
Oh
kind
my
of life.
God, man.
Well,
I mean, she sucks a fucking cock like you dust the fucking end table.
like,
No big deal.
well, what about Marguerite too? She was out there for like.
Oh
what?
yeah, fuck yeah. Marguerite's probably sucked 25,000 dicks.
I think it's.
She had her years too, I guess, eh?
I think it's just weird. I think it's just weird how some people like live out there for decades and decades and decades.
Oh, yeah.
and it's crazy.
You know, and like in Marguerite's case, she got COPD and God knows what else. She had a pacemaker put in.
Wow.
You know, when she was on one of those experimental programs because it was, Medicaid, like poor people,
hmm
and they put in one of those tracker fucking things so they could monitor your heart from like 50 miles away. I'd have loved to seen the look on their fucking faces because she never fucking quit smoking crack for a fucking day. And I'd have just loved to look at that monitor when she went back to fucking hitting that crack pipe with that
so
fucking
do you
heart
think
monitor on.
she was kind of like a lab rat for that? They're kind of like
No, I think it was just something that was coming up with like new procedures. They put them on someone that was a health nut and someone that was a crack addict too. But I'd have just loved to look at with the look on there. You know, all these other motherfuckers are walking around on eggshells, trying not to die, quitting smoking, eating fucking fat-free cottage cheese, all this shit. You got Marguerite
Marguerite
smoking
Yeah,
a fucking
34,
crack pipe with
you know.
fucking COPD and it's minus 20. I would have just, and this shit is reporting the data to the hospital. I just love to look at, I mean, they had to bring every new cardiologist in the world there and say, hey, you know, these pussies you've been dealing with, these health nuts, look at these fucking readings. I mean, they must have had like fucking flashers going off. And here she is still alive, still smoking and still smoking plenty of crack.
Wow.
Yeah, and I mean, out there, you're like, hygiene and God knows what else they have.
Yeah.
No place to sleep, sleeping on the ground.
Oh yeah, they don't have any of.
She's been shot with pellet guns.
That's just,
Yeah.
I guess when you're that doped up, nothing really matters. Like you don't care.
No, they don't give a fuck.
You know, if you die,
I mean, they all know about Marguerite. I bet she knows 50, maybe 100 women that are dead from when she got in this business doing the same thing. I mean, you know your number's up any day of the week.
Right. I mean, that's just the life she.
Yeah.
And she doesn't even care. She probably like.
No, she'd be out there reading a fucking novel.
Right.
It's fucking mind-blowing. Like that one I just re-uploaded to Becky. Down there crouched down, doing her fucking makeup on a goddamn milk cart. their fucking clothes drying on the back of a fucking shopping cart. He said, "Do you like what I did with the place?"
Well, I kind of liked when you went out there and you asked the girls about COVID and stuff when it first came out, and
No, that's the crazy thing. They were all worried about COVID. They hadn't worn a rubber in a fucking 20 years, and they're worried about getting COVID. Go figure.
Well, yeah.
Worried about not having a mask on. Just crazy. No, I mean, it's just shit like this that's like interesting.
Yeah, that is. It's fascinating.
I guess it's one of those things like, it's very risky.
Fuck yeah. You remember when those guys ran into me that time?
Yeah.
Becky calls me and says, "Hey, I'm getting you a gun tomorrow." She said, "That's fucking bullshit." She said, "And I'm making sure the fucking serial numbers are ground off it. And if that ever happens again, or if I see them, I want you to kill that motherfucker. And I want you to call me immediately and I will get rid of the gun." It's like, oh, my good old dear old friend Becky, thank you.
Yeah.
Now, there's a real friend.
Wow.
And I guarantee you, you'd never see Becky on fucking Forensic Files ratting me out.
No.
Forensic File.
I mean, this shit's nuts.
When you were out there, did you ever run into like situations like, any kind of, harmful situations for yourself, or was
Just
that
that
the only
time.
time?
Just that
Just
time.
that. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's not really that bad, though.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. It really wasn't that bad. And that place, that area where I went, looked bad. But like, you take the east side of Detroit, where I didn't go very much, I would have never done that shit there. No fucking way. I'd have been dead for sure. Yeah.
That's just great. Like, so since you've been down in Georgia and stuff, have people like started noticing what you're doing down there? Like anybody?
Yeah, I mean, I
the
had people
general public?
fucking, I'd say at least once a month somebody will recognize me, even after I got here.
Oh, and they'll say like,
Yeah, so you're
has
that chosen one guy, aren't you?
has anybody like approached you as far as like you know, but just not knowing what you were doing and was like, hey, what are you know, like,
No, not really. No, I had a
okay.
couple get a hold of me Saturday whose brother came up missing. Had 6 kids, had a dope issue, got in trouble with the cops, and went to a psych hospital, got discharged, and they hadn't seen him in 6 days. And they hunted me down in Athens, Georgia. They were watching a live that I did, and they knew I was around. They came up and they asked me if I'd put up pictures and, if anybody's seen this guy. And I did do it. And about 2 hours later, they called me, and the cops found him in a hospital someplace.
Oh,
So,
wow.
yeah, so sometimes it, helps.
Yeah. All right,
Yeah.
everyone.
But I've been like, on my way to Florida or something, be it getting gas somewhere, and somebody will come up to me and say, "Are you that guy that interviews those hookers?"
Hey, boy, you that chosen one?
Yeah.
Boy?
It's crazy, the people that watch it, that
Well,
like maybe haven't even subscribed. But, it's been a long time. Those videos have been around a long time. Or they,
Yeah.
they used to recognize the Astrovan and Daisy.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, it's not that bad anymore because I have a pickup, but it's amazing the people that watch this shit.
well, I mean,
There's a lot of us.
some of your videos got millions of views, so I mean,
Yeah. But that'll never happen again, at least not with those type videos. I don't really give a fuck, tell you the truth. I mean, I'd rather have an interactive channel, people watching it if I could, but if I don't, that's fine too. I mean, I think right now, I got like 8,000 people blocked. I mean, every day I tell at least 5 people to get fucked and block another 10.
Yeah.
I mean, I got plenty of enemies.
Yeah, no, they're not really enemies. I think they're just fucking idiots
Yeah, that too.
and exercising their right to be goofs.
Yeah, probably right. But it's just not worth it to me, to like
No.
put up with this fucking bullshit. So I don't. I don't put up with it from YouTube either. I've wrote them some nasty ass fucking emails. I'm going down swinging.
Yeah, one thing I don't like about this restream is the comments that are on here, and I can't. I don't know. Whatever reason, it's hard to see all the comments. That are
Yeah, see,
coming.
I haven't seen. What's fucked up is like I'd say I don't want people thinking I'm rude. If I saw them on here, I'd say hello. But what's crazy is it's for me on my end tonight. It's great that I don't see the fucking comments. I'm not getting pissed. I'm not telling Mark, why are they talking this way? I mean,
Yeah.
fucking oblivious to it all. It's kind of nice.
Yeah, I haven't seen. I didn't see all the comments. Like it's not in.
Why
I
do
don't
you fuck with this restream instead of StreamYard, Mark?
I don't know. I press R instead of S on the keyboard, and this is what comes up first.
Oh, okay.
I have usually this is what I do. I was using Restream, and then when my 25 hours were up, I'd pop over to StreamYard. In the meantime, I'm regenerating my 25 hours on Restream while I'm on StreamYard, and then I flip over again when time.
Oh, okay.
And I go back and forth. But lately, I've been on Restream, and I haven't had to get off.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know. I'm not. I guess I'm not doing as many hours per month anymore.
Oh, okay.
But yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right, you guys. Well, I gotta get going on Wednesday.
All right. You have a nighty night.
All right. Have a good night, guys.
You party on.
Bye.
You party on. Well, cool. This was a fun chat.
Yeah, for sure. I think that I'm glad to hear about those channels that went down.
Yeah, me too.
I think that was
They
a good
earned it.
thing. Yeah, they did. I think maybe YouTube was trying to figure out a way to do it for a while because they were nothing but trash.
Yeah, and they make, but the big one is they make YouTube no money, and they generate a lot of complaints. You're not sending any ads there. It's all a bunch of silly, juvenile, stupid talk. Nobody's making any money. Anywhere they put an ad accidentally that pops up, they complain. People are constantly getting a hold of them. They're stalking me. They're bullying me. I mean, fuck it. I'd get rid of them too.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah.
Well, that Cray was a real pain.
Yeah, fuck yeah, she was. So was that cunt over in Canada, that fucking Ollie.
Does she still bother you?
Not that I know of, but you never know.
Just the memory still bothers you.
Yeah, that doesn't even bother me that much, but she, YouTube's a lot better at before if you'd put Chosen One in there, you'd get 50 fucking channels fucking with me before my own channels show up. Somebody tried to just legitimately find it. And those days are over.
Well, you have to have Chosen One in the name of your
Yeah, they don't those stalking channels aren't coming up like they used to ahead of mine.
Yeah, they're not.
Yeah. And believe me, when they send me a creator, I wouldn't call myself a creator. When they send me a creator survey, I give them both fucking barrels.
Yeah. Yeah.
So who knows if that had anything to do with it or not.
I mean, is there that guy still harassing Gerald and
Maddie?
Matt? Yeah.
Which one?
The black guy that was going over
Yeah. His channel's going to be the next one to get canned. Nitty.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, he's a fucking scumbag too.
Yeah. Yeah. I remember that stupid showdown on Bob's channel that you guys had.
Yeah, he's a fucking idiot.
You had no problem with him.
Yeah. Crazy.
So, that last trip you took, I couldn't believe a couple of those towns you went through
Yep.
that were so
Yeah.
run, abandoned. I guess ghost towns now.
It's like that here, Georgia. It's like that everywhere.
Yeah, you were saying.
I mean, no shit, man.
I've never seen anything like that.
No,
You don't see that in Canada. Entire towns like that shut down like that.
God.
As far as I know.
Yeah, no, I think you're probably right. I was reading a bunch of stuff this morning on, like, you just look at all this shit, these fucking airplanes, gas is expensive. Every fucking thing uses gas. This sunlight shit, fucking solar, wind turbine bullshit. You can't fucking run a vibrator with it. And I'm just thinking to myself, man, I wonder if in my life that, either it's, nobody's going to do this shit, or we're all going to take an electric train somewhere, or what. And basically I came up with, after a couple hours of reading, they say that the fucking fossil fuel, what we all use now, it's going to last about 30 more years. That's it. So I thought, oh, great, I'll be dead by then. Because it's going to be a whole new fucking world, Mark.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're not like fucking driving from Ontario to Florida 50 years from now by yourself. They'll probably like fucking arrest you for, or you're going to have to be a billionaire because gas is going to be $40 a gallon. This, like having your own car and doing what you want, this shit's going to be over.
You think it's going to be that?
Yeah, I do. And I think maybe it'll get stretched out a little longer because they've tried this battery stuff and all this other bullshit. Either public transportation is going to have to increase, but it's looking like this oil is going to run out in about 30 years.
30, eh? Yeah. Wow.
But like I said, I'll be dead. But I still, one thing I surprised myself about as I matured and got older was that my concern for like future generations. I know parents talk that way, about their kids and their grandkids, and I never had any of that. So, like bothers me that the standard of living is changing so much for the future that, how you went out and fucked off and traveled and worked jobs in different places. And, I mean, even like being retired is like, I think that's going to go away too. Everybody's going to work till their legal age, till the day they die, minus like brain surgeons and airline pilots and shit like that.
Well, the day of the entrepreneur is not going to be gone, and there's still going to be people making money and doing okay. I think if they want to really buckle down and do it.
But the middle class is disappearing.
That's so true. Yeah.
Look what it costs to buy a fucking house in Toronto.
I know.
I mean, when I was growing up, Toronto to us was like where you went and fucking fly fished.
Right.
Now, none of us can afford to live there. And that's with an American dollar. You guys get hosed on that fucking Canadian dollar too.
Yeah, I know. What's it at, $1.26 now?
Yeah. I mean, we're getting fucked over here, and then you're getting nailed for another 26% when you come here.
Yeah.
Plus, you might get murdered.
How do you figure?
Crazy crime rates, man.
Yeah, they're getting bad
you
everywhere.
You have to be fucking nuts to leave a place like that to come over to this fucking zoo.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And play a premium. If you could come over here for like half off, I'd say, okay, well, this makes sense. But to pay 26% more and all that additional risk, fuck that.
Yeah, you're right. A lot of guns down there, man.
Oh, big time. Everybody's got one. Unless you're in Chicago, only the crooks have them because the legal people aren't allowed to carry one.
Right.
One of the top fucking killing fields in the country, weekend after weekend.
I know. Multiple mass shootings.
Yeah. You can't carry a gun there legally. And a crook doesn't give a fuck whether he's got a permit or not.
No.
That's a war zone.
Yeah, that's right here. Yeah, wow.
Crazy.
Well, they're manufacturing them like, okay, I guess it gets into political views too, but they're manufacturing them like nuts down there. That it's going to saturate the market with so many guns that there's going to be a point where you're going to get more kids and more crooks getting their hands on them
Yeah.
because there's so many of
Some
them.
of these states now, I guess, I couldn't tell you which ones are going to drop this permitting to carry a concealed weapon. You could just fucking do it.
Wow.
Yeah. But they're doing that because nobody's getting elected anywhere in a high crime city if people don't feel they can protect themselves.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, it's the whole fire. It's off the rails. You get any of that road rage shit over there?
Yeah. Yeah. A fair bit. I don't think that changes anywhere.
Yeah, it's just nuts.
Yeah. People, the temperaments on the road,
Yeah.
and then you get the housewives that watch their husbands do it. Then you get these aggressive housewives. I was watching one the other day. She couldn't stop giving the finger to the guy beside her.
Yep.
She was like both her hands were going up and down really quick
Yeah.
and holding up traffic, of course, behind her. And yeah,
No, it's nuts, man. I'm glad I'm
Yeah,
living in the middle of nowhere.
there was a fist fight in the middle of the 401.
Yeah.
I was about a week ago, and stopped traffic. One of them was a semi driver, and the other was a car, and they got into it and just started beating on each other right in the middle of the highway, Highway 401.
Wow.
Yeah,
Yeah, well,
that's right.
if that same thing would have been here, they'd have pulled out a fucking AK-47. So you're
Yeah,
still doing
totally.
better than we are.
Yeah, yeah. Nobody was around holding one, I guess. So
I bet they don't even want you having a radar detector over there.
yeah, that's true. But all the GPSs warn you of speed traps now.
Yeah,
I know mine does.
yeah,
And it works well too.
Yeah.
I mean, I hear about it, and a few minutes later, there's highway patrol.
yeah, yep.
And I got a lead foot. I don't know what it is in about 80 miles an hour everywhere I go.
Oh, wow.
Average. So I like. In a safe way though. I'm not an asshole driver or anything like that. I just like to go quicker. So I'm usually in the fast lane,
Yeah,
and I'm always constantly keeping an eye out for getting pulled over for that shit.
yeah. I won't blame you.
Yeah, that was Highway 401 where the bee truck flipped over. 5 million bees all over the highway.
Yeah, wow. Feel bad for
There's-
them.
Yeah. Poor things.
Yeah. Wonder how many of them they were able to scoop up.
A lot of them, I heard. They use snow shovels.
Wow.
And they got a lot of them.
Well, good for them.
Yeah. Because I think we had a discussion about that. There's a chicken farm, processing farm off the highway where I used to live.
Oh, okay.
And everyone, a chicken truck would flip over.
Yeah.
You'd see the Italian ladies with their cleavers out looking for chickens along the side of the highway.
Yeah. That's crazy. We gotta have those around here.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but I don't know. It's a crazy world.
Yeah, it is. Sure is.
Years ago when we were young.
Yep. Well, I think I'm about ready to go to Betty.
Yeah, me too, pal.
Well, it was a good chat. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. I'll see you around YouTube town.
All right. Have a good day.
Okay, you too, Tom.
All right.
Thanks again.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
And I think I'm going to wrap it up, everybody. Thanks for watching. I'll leave you with a song. Thanks, and love. You have a good night too, eh?
Don't get no loving except what we can buy. You know the living isn't fair. You know we're getting high. Goddamn jet setters blue. Goddamn jet setters don't have no worries. You know we're going for broke. And I found yeah, that all the world is smoke. Goddamn jet setters blue.
Good night, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Come back and we'll do it all over again. Maybe next time we'll do it all over you. Good night, everybody.